Right, so where do we leave last time? So we finished off the Twitch authentication, and we integrated Circle CI, and we added formatting to Circle CI. The biggest chunk of the work was making sure that we have the proper like data layer, adding stuff to the database. So whenever you were to come back with signing in through Twitch, you would then we would actually then create a user for that person as well, which is nice. So I think what we can start on next is adding a queue for those broadcasters. But before we do that, I want to be able to log in and view that user's profile. So let's add some routes for that. So let's start with that. Go to master. Oh, there's a new version of GitHub. GitHub desktop. Definitely everybody needs some time off. Yeah, exactly. We also got, our company actually gave us 5 COVID days that we can take. So it's just like, regardless of anything, you can just take those days for free. Paid holidays. Feels good, man. Okay, so let's say what we're going to be working on is broadcaster profiles. I'm not really going to work on the UI. I'm just going to add the routes and the data. The UI is going to be an afterthought after I've actually worked out the designs. I haven't actually worked on the designs yet, but I know what kind of functionality and kind of what it's going to look like. But I think off stream, I'll just be working on some wireframes and making sure that I have everything that I want. So, what we need to do is we need to have routes. So let's start with that. So we go to web, we go to the router, and then we need to add routes for in here. So immediately after you hit the page controller, I don't really care about this. Let me think. We're gonna have something similar to what Twitch has, right? So it's gonna be like get and then stream, or like player slug is gonna be routed to, and then we need to make a new controller for this, which is gonna be the player controller. Maybe it's gonna be the broadcaster to the controller later, but so let's first see this. Let's see how this goes. So let's copy what we have here. Boom, boom. It's gonna be the player controller. Gonna load show. Current player. Yeah, so this is also something we need to extract. But I'm not entirely sure if I want to do that now or later. But now, I think now or the next PR is going to be probably extracting this and making this reusable. I'm trying to reproduce some research, but they use variable names like F, D, and E in their code. Fuck people who do that. Oh, yeah, I know the feel. That sucks. So it's going to be a show action, and the param that you're going to have is going to be the, what did I call it? Player slug? Player slug. So we're basically pattern matching and saying we're gonna have a show action. The first argument that you're gonna be passing is the connection, but the second argument is the parameters that we're sending, and we're pattern matching on the fact that that the parameters argument matches with the structure of this, and we're immediately also kind of destructing this parameters. So we're saying we have a parameter argument. I can remove this if I don't need to use the full arguments, but it will basically say, oh, I couldn't find a route if you don't pass me this, which is pretty nice. But let's just do this. So basically it's gonna say like, oh yeah, I don't have a handling function for this. I'm not even sure if it's gonna work, but let's see. So let's do this. Let's create a... well, let's first see if it works. So if I go to hello here, it would say... yeah, so it is matching. So it says I've hit the player controller and I'm trying to hit show. This first one is not matching. So let's see what params is then. Because apparently my... what's this epic music? Get out of here. Alright, so now it says I cannot render a view related to this, but let's see what we're passing. So we're passing player slug as a string and not as a... okay, so this was kind of fine. It's just that this is a string. So now it's saying there's no view matching. Oh no, there's no function clause matching, so it's still not matching. So we're sending argument 1 is the plug, and then the 2 is this. And then we're saying... does this need to be like this? Okay, there we go. Cool. What's up, Cozy? What's up, Bordock? What language is this? This is Elixir. And thanks, Cozy. That's right. Okay, so I guess this is basically the same as I would do this and then this. So if I do strings like this and I do pattern matching like this, I think I have to make sure that you cannot use this, because then it turns it into an atom. So, but because we're matching strings inside a map, we just have to do it like this. Okay, so we have the player slug. We need to find the user, or the player in this case, that matches with this player slug. But because we don't have that yet, because we removed the player slug, I think we're just going to be matching by ID then. God, what is all this sad music? So okay, let's first get the player. So the player is gonna be... we have a boundary here, so it's gonna be viewer games. This is empty. Yeah, so players here. So viewer games players. Let's make an alias. And then we save players dot get player by... oh, we don't have a get anymore. Yeah, because we removed that. So for now, okay, let's create a get here to get the player based on the ID. So get player, you pass it the ID, and then we do, and we say repo dot get player, and then ID equals ID, right? Or do we just pass the ID? I think we just passed the ID. Okay, let's see if this works. So get player exclamation mark, meaning that basically it's like kind of like Ruby syntax. You can be exclamation marks or question marks inside your method names, and by convention they basically mean if you have a bang to something, you basically say if you call this method, it will get what you need or it will blow up. That's basically the thing that this does. So this get player will either get you 100% guaranteed a player, or it will get you, it will throw an exception. So if I were to make a method like this and I remove this get like this, you would still get the player, but it could also be nil, because it's not type guaranteed. So this is like a nullable that you get back. So it's a nullable player. You need to do some additional checking whether or not this player is actually there or whether it's null. So what am I making? If you go to my YouTube channel and you watch the first 20 minutes of the video that I uploaded yesterday or today, I explained very in depth what I'm making. But basically, in short, I am making a viewer game app that allows streamers to or viewers to join the streamers' viewer games, and I'm gonna be adding a ton of extra features to make that experience a little bit more interesting than it is today. That's what I'm looking forward to. So let me see. So when I do hello, but when I do a number here, do I get a number back here? Oh, I have a... Oh, in player, I have an unknown do. Do I need to comma here? Yes. egirl.gg? Yes. No. Okay, so it's still a string because, yeah, makes sense because it's a URL. Cool. I don't think repo really cares about it, whether it's a string or a number, so I don't really know. So let's change this to the player ID. And player ID. And then player ID. So for now, because we want to have slugs later on, but I don't have them now. So let's also not code as if that was the case. Yeah, so now it throws an error. And let's see what's in RDB. It's ID 3. So if I were to go to 3, yeah, okay, that's good. Yeah, so let's pass this to the view. We're saying player is player. So we have a current player and then a player that we're viewing. epal.gg. All right, let's create a view for this. We're looking at player view. We just copy whatever is in here. Oh, wrong. Player view. And I don't know exactly what people do in those views yet, but I think we're gonna find out. Player show.html.ex. Copy pasta this view. Let's remove this last part because I don't really care about this. And then we're gonna say welcome to oh, it immediately loaded. See. Viewing, and then it's gonna be, oh, I can't remember how to do. I think it was like this. And then it's gonna be player dot display name. See if that works. Viewing gizzard cats. That's pretty good. So I'm viewing myself because I'm also, oh no, I'm not logged in right now. Cool, that's good. So we have a view now. Let's remove this p tag. Oh, that's a little ugly. Cool, yeah. I don't care about the UI right now. We don't care about this, as long as it works. So we have a player here in this view, which is fantastic. Let's add some documentation here. But if something goes wrong, we have a very ugly error page, or when the user doesn't exist. They changed their name? Wait, really? Gets the player by ID. Cool. So that's great. Cool. Later on, we can add slugs to that. But that's gonna be great. You get redirected? Oh my god, wow. Oh shit, I have to set my credentials. Alright, give me 1 second while I do that. It's probably safer for me to not hide it. Let me just go full screen. Hey guys, how's it going? Let me just quickly add my credentials to my session. It's always when you live stream, it's like super awkward. Oh shit, delete the VOD. Yeah. Good old times. Twitch, client, secret. Cool. Okay, I think we should be good. Cool. It's probably gonna still show up somehow. Okay, so we have successfully authenticated, and we can go to user 3. It's pretty good. We're viewing ourselves, which is fine. Okay, so now if we have this, I think that's good enough for now. This is pretty much all I wanted to do in this PR, at least. I think what we're gonna do next, actually, when you're viewing something that doesn't exist, what should happen? When a user does not exist, all right, let's see how other people handle this. Actually, I'm a little curious. Like where they handle these exceptions. Yeah. So I have this blah blah blah. How do I handle this? Instead of doing get, you do this. Instead of get, you do this. If you go, if I'm a user and I go to Bob Ross and Bob Ross does not exist, what do I want to happen? Do I just want to redirect back to the homepage? Maybe. Maybe I want that. Yeah, maybe I want that. So maybe we should not do a bang here, and instead just get a player, and then we just get a player like this, and then we do a case where we do a player get, and if the case is nil, then we do a redirect. Router redirect. Phoenix. Actually, Twitch, what Twitch does, it shows a 404 page. I think if I go to twitch.tv, search blah 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 blah, this user probably exists. No. Yeah, so then it says, nope, this user is not available. Probably is better to show that, huh? Maybe it's better to have a standard 404 page, right? So if we catch, but maybe it already has that 404. No. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, let's not do that actually. I think it's Phoenix render 404. Let's see. There must be some person that already thought about this properly. Phoenix is 404 from the start? I think so too. Isn't there like errors? Error view? Yeah, error helpers. Template not found. Phoenix returns the status from the template name. For example, 404 HTML becomes not found. So maybe every controller already has a 404. What the man? How's it going? I think so, yeah. It might make sense, but I'm just trying to find it. 404. Okay, yeah, so here. Fetch post. This is pretty much the similar situation, right? We're passing an ID, and then we get the current user. So we say we authorize the user. Fetch the post. We say, can this user view the post? What does fetch post do? Because what I see here is from the places... Okay, wait, we're doing this though. Okay, let me see. If I generate a resource... If I were to generate a resource, what were to happen? So if I generate context, right? Gen Phoenix gen context accounts user's name string. Sure, let's go with that. Let's see what it generates, because it generates the accounts here, and then we do exactly here what they do. And so like you get a user or you get a ecto no results. Okay, let's try and generate an entire resource then. Just to see, right? Just to see what they have in mind. Alright, let's stash this. And then... So boom, it generated a whole fuck ton of shit. And then we go to the user controller. And then we have the show action, and it just does a show. It gets the user with a bang, and it just shows that HTML. And if it goes bad, nothing happens. So now if I go to... Wait, what is the route? Oh, you still have to add the route, right? That's what it says. Resource. Okay, let's add this route. Sure. Select users. Oh yeah, fuck, we didn't do the migration. Do I want to do this? I can do that, yeah. Current player is not available. True. That's what we need to fix still. Okay, let's fucking steal that. No, let's remove it from the layout. So basically, I have this very shitty setup with the current user because I just wanted to get it to work. So it's doing if statement here, but not every view is gonna have this, so every controller needs to explicitly pass this, and it's super tedious and annoying. So, goodbye. Wait, why does it not work? Whatever. Goodbye. Alright, users. Bob. Cool, I have a user Bob, and I'm on 1, and when I go to 2, it would show me this exact same error, but then if I wanna mix, or like Phoenix, render 404 development. Alright, def.exs. Def.exs. And then debug errors. Alright, let's catch errors. Let's also set that to oh, true. Catch errors. True. Okay. Update error view. Remove comments / remove the 404 function. Error view. That is not here, so that's fine. Create a 404 template. Okay, so okay, this is old though. This is an old fucking thing. But let's see what it tries to render now, at least. Oh, we need to recompile. Not found. Okay. Converted error, no results to a 404 response. Okay. So what if I add my own 404 page? So errors. Div hello world. That doesn't work. Maybe it's error because it's a single. Okay, so here we are. Now what I'm wondering is, can we do this per resource, or will it just always reach to this? So if I were to go to users, and then I add a 404.html.ex, and then I do div yo. Alright, so it doesn't take it from there. Cool. That would be sweet though, because then you could basically decide what does your 404 look like per page. That's okay. You can do it explicitly, I guess. Okay. What is the actual response of the web? Just... Okay, so exactly this. No, like, you need to supply the entire template. That's fine. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's good to know. So we don't really need to care about this too much. We just need to make sure that we have a 404 page at the end. Let's see. Let's make sure that we have something that reminds us to do that. That's what we have Trello for, right? Backlog. Add 404 page. Done. Not forget about it. Let's not forget about that. Okay, so let's delete everything we did here. Later. Oh, fuck. I need to unmigrate. We can do that manually. Goodbye. And yeah, let's do git stash op. Get all my code back. Okay, so let's do it. Bring it back with a bang. Bring it back with a bang. And sweet. Bring this one back with a bang. Bring this one back with a bang. Wait, do I have the code in here? I kind of want to see how to do the doc blocks and steal the doc block from here. Yeah. Cool. Gets a single user. Gets a single player by ID. Raises if the player does not exist. I don't care about the examples too much. Like, really don't care about it. But this is kind of cool. All right, that's good. That's great. Cool, cool. So we've got ourselves a cannot compile because we need to recompile the app because we changed the config file. That's a lot of errors. Router path should begin with a /. Okay, I can do that. Cool, we have a page, and then we do 1, and it says, boom, I couldn't find it, because then you get a 404, but for use that I do find, it is there. Cool, okay. Alright, I have no idea why my OBS crashed, but whatever. Anyways, one we need to do is... I can't remember what I was doing. I think this is good enough. I think we can get away with this. We're taking the player ID and we're reading it from here. This will later on be the slug. Maybe we need to add a to-do here. That's probably not a bad idea. To-do. Move away from player ID and use player slugs instead. Cool, okay. So let's commit this. I don't think we need to write tests for this because of the fact that we're gonna change it later on anyways. But yeah, let's commit this for now. Broadcaster pages, player public pages by ID. You can visit app or like localhost 4000/ID, player ID. Cool. We need to run the lint. I think it's format. Okay, nothing changed. We were all fine. We're all good. We're all good. All right, let's push this. Let's publish this. Let's merge it. And then we're going to be working on moving away from this current user. This current player thing here that is in the session, and it needs to be added to every single render. It's super tedious, and there's ways to go around this. I've tried like Googling that already, but yeah. Cool, let's add a screenshot. It's very ugly and it doesn't do much right now, but it doesn't matter. Cool. No tests. That is fine. It's a very small PR. Add public page for players by ID. We will need to change the ID part to become a slug later on, but that's for later. Cool. Let's wait until CI is run. In the meantime, we're going to master. We're going to merge it. All right, let's do one final check. Gets a single player by ID. The player doesn't exist. We get the player. We add it here. We registered a route. We added a view. Yeah, this looks fine. This is looking fine. Beautiful. Good to go. Okay, next up. So, well, we're gonna pull master back in, and we're gonna be making sure that we're gonna remove the current user Phoenix. We already have current user in con assigns, so you can just use current user in your views. Everything you pass manual to render in your controller will be merged into con assigns before passing into the view layer. You can see that the action overriding controllers are usually pass con params, con assigns to the controller. Okay. Right, so let's try that. So what is assigns? And how does that work? On assigns Phoenix. I don't really know what that is. Let's take a look. Assigns. So when the user successfully goes through the out controller and we set a session here, we put the current player into a session, but we don't actually do anything with the con assigns. So maybe we should do that as well. Current user. A very simple application that currently only supports users registering, logging in, logging out. I followed the procedure from Chris McCord book on how to do this. I want to write unit tests to make the app future-proof and all of the goodness tests provide. Sweet. User. Current user ID, we check the current user. You assign the current user only to the con, which is used to generate the URL. Oh, here. Assigns. A dictionary with assigns used to be, those assigns are merged and have higher precedence than the connection assigns. Oh. Phoenix injects an action plug in your controller which calls the function matched from the router. By default, it passes con and params. In some cases, overriding action plug in your controller is a useful way to inject arguments into your actions that you would otherwise need to repeatedly fetch off the connection. For example, imagine having stored con assigns current user in the connection and wanted to quickly access the user for every action in your controller. Okay. So where is this done? Here, controller. So what I can do here is I can actually use something in here, and then all my other controllers will have this current user. But the question is, do all my... Yeah, I think so. So let's try... I wonder what this does exactly. Route helpers. Router. Phoenix overriding action 2. Override action 2 in your controllers. Con assigns current user. Well, we're first making a mistake that we're not doing this, I think. So let's go to any random controller. Page controller, for example. And we do IO inspect. Con assigns current user. We need to go to the page controller. Key is not found in an empty, so... much nicer, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, sure. If we want to apply this to multiple controllers, we can extract it to a My App Controller module. Yes. Which we have. Right? Well, we have this. But in theory, we can do that. Base controller. And then we say, or just controller. Maybe we should just do controller. Maybe this should also not live inside of the controllers folder, because I feel like this is even more important than just your regular controllers. These two live outside, and this is inside. Anything inside here is started with the web, so let's do that. I really don't know what this is, but we're defining a macro. And we're saying connection will do run through this controller. And then we call action with the controller and the connection, and then we take the current user or guest. Cool. So you can use My App Controller on a case-by-case basis. Okay, let's try that. Page controller. Use viewer games web.controller. Yeah. Okay, so now we're not pattern matching correctly anymore because we also have assigns. So this is going to be current user or guest, right? So now in here we'll see guest because we didn't assign anything to that thing yet, but that's cool. That's awesome. That's cool. But I want that thing to be a... Okay, hold on. Let me see what I do here. Params and assigns current user. Yeah, okay. That's cool. But what do we do with the view? Because every view will need a current user as well. So is there anything on there here too? So I guess they still pass this magically over. Not a fan. Current user, yes, this is what I'm thinking. So they're saying controller, the boom boom, yep. The override action. Sure. So maybe we need to allow this from the view as well. That's a lot of duplication, I feel like. Interesting. Like, for example, if I want to render at the top always whether the user is logged in or not, then it feels a bit odd having to pass that through every controller and telling the view, hey, yeah, this needs a current user view. Seems like very tedious. Oh, where did my screen go? Whoa. Yeah, so this is the exact same thing again. Cool, cool. Yeah, I want to add something extra. Sure. That's pretty sweet. Create our own plug. Alright, let's go back to the beginning. Because I'm not entirely sure if this is solving what I need. What I'm thinking is, when we go through the request, we have the current user in session. The current player. Should there just be the current player ID and then we fetch the player from the DB on every request? That makes more sense, right? But where would we do that? Okay, let's see. Reddit. Oh, there's remote.com again. Look at a controller that reps the same functionality. 6, and it adds the current user. Cool. I prefer the plug approach over this one. It's a bit more transparent. Macro approach originates from Chris. Okay, so let's see what plugs do. I think plugs are sort of like middleware, kind of, I think. Not entirely sure. Phoenix plug. I think it's not Phoenix, but I think it's just plug in general. Everyone, so let's take a look at the life cycle. Yo, Falseki, thanks so much for the follow.
Everyone, get in.
Yo, Sock Snakes, thanks so much for the follow as well. In order to act as a plug, a function needs to accept a connection struct and options. It also needs to return a connection struct. Yeah, so it's kind of like middleware, I think. But I think this makes sense because that means I can, in this plug, I can take something from the session and add it to the connection as assigns. Because if I have a user in session, that means I have the user, right? Locale. So it checks the connection for the locale. And then when the locale is in one of those locales, assign it. Initializes any arguments or options to be passed to call to. So it can inject some extra modules, I suppose, or instances. Let's try this though. I think this makes more sense. I think we need this in general. Where do these live? In web. Plugs. And then auth or session plug. Plugs session. Player session. Alright, let's make this super explicit. So dev module, viewer games, web. Why is the... Oh, this is supposed to be EX, right? Yeah, I was already thinking, why is my highlighting not working? Player session. Plug dot player session. Cool. I think I might need to create a plug.ex, but I'm not entirely sure. I did that for Twitch, for example, like... Oh, I didn't actually do that. So I guess I don't need it. Cool. So import plug con. And then in it, we just take whatever it is. I don't care. But then on call, so every time a call has been made, we get a plug, a connection. We don't care about the connection per se. We just need it. And then we need to, when we can check if the session is there. Wonder if this method exists because we imported conv, but we'll see. So when there is a current player, actually we can do this in the function body because we need to do a case here. So if there is, if it's nil, then I want to assign guess to it, right? That was the idea. And otherwise, we have a player, and then we say assigns the player. But then one is, maybe this just needs to be nil. But then we can just do it this. So con pipe through assign current player. What is that? Oh, this is another call. Okay. Oh, but we need to... I don't know what default is. Oh, this is the default. I don't know what default is used here. Plug init. Init. Initialize the options. I don't know what that means. Okay, so now where do I add these plugs? Assigns the current player to the connection if it is found in the session. Cool, cool, cool. So I think in web here, there's a couple of plugs. Okay, let's go back to Phoenix. So I created a plug, and then you go to browser pipeline. So router. Browser, we say plug, give me the player session. Oh, wait, no. This needs to be this thing. But since we're not passing anything to it, no arguments, those options are empty, so they might fail, but we'll see. Maybe we don't need an init. Oh, so assigns is automatically passed to the view? Sweet. So that's why this hack is only working for the controller. Okay, so let's create a puts here. See when it's called. Called player session plug. That's sweet. Default player session plug. And then now if we go to page controller and we remove this current player, does it still work? It does. That is actually insane. So the current user, by adding it to assigns, it is actually passed to the view as well. That's really nice. Yeah, so how did I add that? Okay, wait. So here we have controller. Yeah, so we don't need this. We don't really need this anywhere because we're not really using the current user in the controller right now. So I think we can delete this controller for now. If we're not using it, we shouldn't have it in our app. That's basically the mindset that we have. Okay, cool. So if I can now go to user 3, it should work. I still know that I'm logged in. This one gives a 404. That's fine as well. That's great. That's beautiful. This is exactly what I wanted to do. Get rid of all the duplication, keep our controllers clean, and have one simple place where we assign the current user, through a plug. That's sweet. That's super simple. And it's good enough for now too, because we don't really need it in controller. So this is great. Question is, can we get rid of this? Or will it break? Okay, it needs to be there. Cool. Sick. Awesome. So if I log out now, will it still work? Still visit 3? Yep. All good she. Sweet, that was super simple. Let's create a new branch. Refactor current player. Add plug to pass the current. Actually, let's rename this plug because it isn't actually super clear. This is current player. Because the moment I started writing that, I'm like, I have to actually explain what this plug does. It's not nice. Add current player. Oh, let's add linting. Let's do mixed format as well. To view without controller, without the explicit controller passing. This should all happen underwater. Note to self, when passing, when adding properties to connection.assigns, it will automatically be available to the view. Great. That is a sweet, sweet victory. No more doing some crazy shit. Cool. Alrighty. So, let's create a PR, let's review it, and let's move on to the next thing. Refactor. The current player should always be available to the view because our layout depends on it. Note to self, when adding properties to con assign, it will automatically be available in the view. Sweet. Let's take a look. This is cleaner. This is way cleaner. This is really simple, really readable code as well. Beautiful. Yeah, I think that's great. That's awesome. CI passed. We can merge it. Beautiful. So why would I create pull requests every time? It's basically if somebody ever, or like if this project grows and you want to know the history of what happened to your application, you might want to keep things clean. And PRs have the ability for you to write down exactly what has happened. And I'm a person that commits a lot. So by having a PR that bundles all the commits together when they merge to master, so I squash and merge, the PRs are the only place that you can find extra context in. So the PRs themselves will show what all the steps are taken or what the thought process is, and it basically forces you to write more stuff into your PRs instead of in your commits. I prefer that workflow more than putting a lot of effort into rebasing and trying to get the most clean commits so the history is clear. If you write very good PRs that tell you a lot about the context, it will help you later on. If you look back at your project, you can just look at your PRs and be like, oh yeah, okay, this is what happened, or this is the reason that they did it. If I'm at work and there's other people's contributing to a project, and I see something that I'm unsure about whether or not I will know what this code will do in the future, I would actually write stuff like this. So before assigning reviewers to my PRs, I would actually comment the code myself inside of the PR so that later on people can find context to why this stuff has happened. So for example, if I don't know why current player is getting from the session, I could say like, well, the auth controller, or like the auth controller adds the current player to session as soon as the user is logged in. You can find this code in blah, 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 blah. And then a reviewer doesn't have to ask this question during code review because the answer is already there. So it's good practice for yourself to go through your own code before adding something to code review. Go through it, see all the things that they would probably have questions about, and start adding answers to them. Because first of all, it will speed up code review quite a bit because they can see that you put thought into it, but also some considerations you've done. So let's say in here you've considered, oh yeah, I've thought about just doing this something differently, but in the end, in terms of the time that I have, or like I have 2 days for this task and otherwise it would take way longer, or I don't have enough context in order to refactor this, so I did X and Y. It will give the reviewer much more context in order to review, because you might not always pick the best solution to get your job done because of either time constraints or business constraints, or they might know something that you don't know. So thinking out loud and telling the other people your thought process is very, very important. And I really think that if you look at your own PRs, you can help the reviewers out by just adding some comments or thoughts that you have to apply context. Also, it will help you later on whenever you... let me think. If you ever go back to a project and you forgot why you did something, you can just find your own traces back and see like, oh, this is the reason that I wrote this shitty code, or this is why I introduced this hack or whatever. It can help your future self, which is pretty important. because your code will become legacy very, very fast. Okay, cool. So next up, we have merged this PR. So let's pull master in again. Let's move from master. So what we're gonna do next is add the queue in which players can join. So let's go there. So player queue. So every single player that I can view here is gonna have a list of players that are in the queue. So let's start with thinking about in what context does that live. So let me go to the docs that I wrote about the infrastructure and design that I thought of when I went for this. So every player, as soon as they explicitly say that they want to have a queue, we should create one. Because not every player is going to become a broadcaster, but we need somehow to actually create a queue for a player. And I feel like not every player needs a queue, because we don't know if anybody, like, let's say you have 200 broadcasters but over 10,000 viewers. I don't want to create 10,000 queues if nobody's going to ever use those queues. So we need to do another find or create, basically, for this user as soon as they start their first viewer game. So what I think what we'll do is we're gonna mix Phoenix gen context, and then I wonder what context does this live in, because a queue in general belongs to a player. But in what context does it live? Maybe it's just a queue. Maybe the context is just queues. Because it is a viewer game queue, and it's pretty standalone concept. Let's see. So queues, queues. And then, okay, so what does a queue consist of? Sup, Joshua? A queue has an ID, has a player ID, so it references, it is owned by a player. So I'm curious if we need to make this more clear. I said player ID, but is it necessarily clear that it is owned by this player? Or it belongs to this player? In theory, if you have a blog, and you have blog posts, and then you have a blog ID, that would say enough that it belongs to this blog. So in theory, you could say the queue belongs to a player. And I think you can do some fancy shit here. So Phoenix generate nested. Generate context. Users, yep. Phoenix generate schema. Yeah, here. So this is what we need. So player ID references players. And then there's more stuff that we can do. So that's pretty much it, I think. If we go to our diagram here, it's just a player ID and that's it. Yeah. Cool. Let's generate this. I wonder if this belongs to players though. Oh, I did something. Move the cable, I think. Because you add a player to a queue And a queue also belongs to a player. So, so if I were to go here and I have my players here, do I then ask the queue service or the queue module to get me the queue for this player? That's what I'm wondering. I don't know yet. I don't know yet what I want to do. But anyways, let's see. So list queues, I want to actually pass the user the player ID here, because I don't ever want to list all of the queues that exist. I always want to get them by player ID. So let's see what the create queues, what it registered. So it created an index on player ID. Makes sense. What I'm thinking is a player can only join someone's queue once. That's what I'm thinking. But that doesn't matter, because in this case, this queue, we find the queue by its player ID, and the queue doesn't know anything about the players that are inside. So that's fine. When we delete a queue, yeah, that's fine. Actually, a player can only have one queue. So, for now at least. So, since the requirements is still to have only one queue per player, do we want to have a... I don't know. I don't know. But if... For now, you can only have one queue per player. But maybe in the future, you can have multiple queues. Should we then, for now, add a uniqueness constraint on the player so you cannot create multiple queues? I wonder. Maybe. Maybe we should. We can always later on change it again. Do another like re-indexing on the table. A little heavy, but there is ways to do that. So okay, queues, unique index on player ID, and the name is going to be queues player ID key. Oh, it needs to be unique index. And on delete it does nothing, that's fine. So what we're saying here, for those of you that don't know database indexes very well, we're saying here that if you insert a record that has a player ID that already exists, then the database is going to say, it's going to blow up. It's going to say, you can only have one record with this player ID. So this unique indexes are, for example, used when a user registers and you sign up with an email address that already exists. That is what those unique indexes are for. So the unique indexes are saying, I'm going to index by email, by the email column on the DB, So it will basically keep a record of all of the email records, so I can quickly find something by email. And then if this email that you're trying to create already exists, I will just blow up and say, sorry, duplicate key exception, like duplicate key error. I'm sorry, I cannot like save this record for you. And then on your app level, you can say, okay, let me catch that error. And let me show a nice message to the user saying that their email address is already in use. This is not the case for our app. Our app is just going to blow up because a user should never be able to manually create a queue themselves. This is always happening underwater. So, so this is not really necessary because there's only always one queue. And you can never really delete. Create you can. And get a single queue. We're also not going to do that. Get queue by player ID. So player ID, because we're always going to be searching through player ID anyways. Player ID equals player ID. So this is saying, okay, find repo, so the repository that is connected to DB, find me a queue where the player ID is equal to the player ID. That's basically what we're saying here. I don't care about these examples. It's a single queue based on the given player ID. Cool. Pretty much the only thing we're going to be using. Updating queues, there's not really much to update. And deleting a queue should never really happen. So what we need to do though is we need to go to a player, the player module, and we need to say belongs to, or like has one ecto. So we're defining here that this player, one player has one other reference to another module. So you can say for the queue, if we have the queue here, queue, we can say belongs to, and then we say player. Hence why I think this might need to move to players instead of queues, but we'll see. Because I don't think we reference them without the player in general, so. So we say, okay, a queue belongs to a player. Profiles belong to account. So, does this need to be removed then? I don't really know how this works. Belongs to post my app post. Sure. Oh, fuck. Sure. Typecasting, sure. Belongs to. Belongs to. Indicates a one-to-one or many-to-one association with another table. Yes, true. Comments belong to post. And you can say preload post. So that's what we're gonna do too. That's what we're gonna do too. Belongs belongs to player. Okay, cool. That's nice. And then we also say in player, we say has one Q. And then we alias your games dot queues Q. So baby penguin. Okay, so has one. So this player has one queue. So now if we go to the players.ex and we say get player with if I fetch a player, do I always want to get the queue? I do not. So I want to have another one. Because there's cases where I just want to get a single player, and there's cases where I want to have the with queue. So this is more like a fat player, like a fat model. So I get the player by ID, and then I also need to what is he reading? Comment? Can I just do this? Preload queue? I don't know what that does. Let's see. So if I go to the player controller and I say get me the player with queue, and I IO inspect the player here, it should have a queue on them, but I first need to do migrate. Actually, this user first needs to have a... I really don't understand that error. This user first needs to have a queue. So let's add a... let's add a method here called create queue for player, which you pass a player and then it creates a queue. Or is it find or create queue for player? Let's first do just create queue for player. So does this module need to depend on the queues module to create a queue for a player?
Hey everyone!
What's up, Tommy? How's it going? Or is this the responsibility of the queue to be able to create a queue? Not entirely sure. Let's just add a button real quick, just to see. Or we can just create it through the DB. Let's do that. Let's see. So there's now a queues module, and there's, oh, the users table is still there. It ends with 220. Okay, that's good. Cool. All right, queues. We have player 3. Now, save. Good. So we have a queue now. So if I refresh, it should IO puts or IO inspect this player. But I don't see the queue. And I don't see a query being done there either. Let's try. I don't know what that how does this work? You need custom options to the underlying field. You can define the field explicitly and then pass define field. Okay. Okay. A little bit lost, but sure. I don't know exactly what the preload does. Preload. Ecto. Preload. Preloads all associations. Use a single atom to preload an association. Ecto associations. Let's just go and do the entire guide here. Association. As many, sure. It says repo all blah blah blah. Phoenix association. See how it goes. Oh fuck. Elixir Phoenix. Movies, tagline, boom, has characters, yes. Adds references movies. We do that, right? References player. Yeah. Cool, belongs to movie. Migrate. Sure. Distributors. Sure. See. Unique index. Sure. Has one distributor. Migrate. Sure. Sure. It says, wait. I don't see that here. See, they have like properties here, but mine doesn't have a queue property. But our player does have it here, right? Player. Queue. Our player should have one queue. Interesting. IX mix or something. IXS mix. Viewer games dot players dot player. How do I do that again? Fuck. Like this, I think. Player. Queue. Oh, I see the queue now. Okay, so we do have the queue. But only when I access it, maybe? Let's do .queue. What happens if I do that? I refresh this page and it says queue not found in player. Okay, that's not good. Player queue has one queue. And this is get a player with a queue. Repo get with association. Ecto. Mm-hmm. I like this though. I like that it doesn't automatically try to do an n+1. It just says association not loaded. Because you will easily get like n+1s if you just do like .developer and it will fetch you the developer. This doesn't really help me though. Wait, so what I can do is this. What does the preload do then? Preload get actor. Get exclamation mark options prefix. Oh, so it doesn't even have the option to preload. Why not use preload then? I guess I can just do that. Repo.preload queue. That's pretty clean as well, though. For those of you that haven't seen this pipe operator ever in their lives before, what it basically does is it takes the result of this and it pipes it into the next function as the first argument. So basically what it does is this. But because this is not very readable, it's like, okay, I'm going to call repo.preload, and then I first need to evaluate what this is, and then I call the final function. What you can do instead is you can pipe the result. So whatever comes out of that result, you pipe it into the next function as the first argument. So whatever will be injected in here. But since you don't have to do that, you can just basically say, okay, whatever comes in here is going to be added here, and then the next argument is this. So it adds nice like steps instead of having to read it inside out. It's pretty sweet. Okay, let's see if this works. Sweet. So now I can see a query that is a select query and another select query. Because it's going to try and find the player, the queue by the player. So the reason why there's not a queue ID on the player is because we're not sure if we're going to have multiple queues in the future. So in order for us to not have to reside the other way around and make this a little bit more safe for the future, instead of having a player having the queue ID on the player, we basically have just a record that references to a player. So it belongs to a player, but the player, like the player doesn't have a queue ID. Yeah, so the player is not loaded on the queue, but that is fine. So you cannot do like player, queue, and then player again. Because then you'll get nested resources. Okay, so we found the queue. And now we need to have another migration. so this is why I think this should all live in the player realm. But for now, let's just continue. So for queues, we're going to have a queue player. And the database table is going to be called queues players. And this is where we connect the player to the queue. So let's see. Find it a bit odd that the pipe is putting the result in the first argument. Well, in like functional languages, the modifications, mostly the resource, yeah, I don't know. I thought, you can change it though. You can add like a lambda, or you can add like a call, like a, I think it's $1 or something to it. So you can change the how it is passed. But in most cases, the thing that you're trying to change is the first argument. So for example, for map, if you're changing a map in Elixir, it sounds like it should put the result in the last argument. Yeah, I don't know. Say for a map, for example, everything, all the arguments for map is always the map first. So if you have a map, you start with a map. So if I start with a map here, like this, I can always do map dot something, like get something, and then the map will always be the first argument, and I can make changes to it. So I can do keys here, keys, and I can do merge, map.merge. So the resource is always the first one. So the same for the chain set here. You start off with a queue struct, but then when you call cast, it changes it into a chain set. And then from that point on, you can call any chain set, because we're importing chain set, so any methods that are in chain set we can use. And you will see that the documentation here for Elixir is the same. So for chain set, all of the methods also should take a chain set first, or take data first. So transform the data into a chain set, which is pretty sweet. Okay, so let's see. What did we have in mind here? So for queue player, we have a queue ID and a player ID. So player ID references player, queue ID references queues. And that's it. That's all this table is doing. Do I need to make a context for this though?
Everyone, get in here.
Yo, I am new to draw. Welcome. What kind of project do I make? I'm making an app in order for streamers to manage viewer games. And for people to join viewer games. Let's see what this does. This is cool, actually. It just warns me that there is already context created for this, and it says it's okay to have multiple resources in the same context as long as they're closely related. But if a context grows too large, consider breaking it apart. The fact that two entities relate in the database does not mean they belong in the same context. True. Queues should live with players, and queue players should also live with players. Because... Yeah. It is, I guess, the player aspect of the... Or maybe the... No, I don't know. Well, for now I added it to queues, but... Mix, ecto, migrate... Alright, I need another user. Let's create another fake user. 1. Oh fuck. I cannot use the same entity ID. Oh. God, this cable is terrible. I can register another user though. It's not a problem. Twitch. User gets test. Oh, awesome. We're logged in. So a user is created. Hopefully. Yeah, cool. Sick. All right, we have 2 users now. So if I go to user 3, I'm viewing usercats, but I'm logged in as usercats test. And then we should... A player or a broadcaster in this case... Maybe we should create a broadcaster context. Because only as a broadcaster... Like, a broadcaster is a player, but the broadcaster can do different things than what a player can do. Like a broadcaster, the app considers you a broadcaster if you have a queue. Or if you have enabled the queue. And I'm not entirely sure yet where I'm going to store that. Like, I can always try and find a queue for a specific user. So if I fetch a player, I can check also the queues table. But I wonder if there's a different way. Like, this is where the queue ID on the player would have been very nice. But that is only if you have 1 queue per player. And I'm not sure if that's always going to be the case. Because otherwise we'll need to change a lot in the future. It's fine though. Let's move the queue player inside of the player module. I think it makes more sense. Okay, let's first just create a empty record for this. So this is user 4. We'll have a new table. Queue was ID 1. So we're gonna have player 4, user ID 1. Now. So now if we get on the player module, let's create a broadcaster module. Oh, it shouldn't be in here, I think. This is the outer context for this context. And not entirely sure yet how I want to do this on a performant way, but let's just continue. Let's first just write it quick and dirty, right? That's what we care about. Get player with queue. So when I do with queue, I actually obviously mean repo. So I mean that you also get the players in that queue, right? So I need in. Oh, you can do associations from associations. That's cool. Reload comments. So queue, and then we're gonna do queue player. And then also this queue player's player, right? Because we want to get the player's queue, all of the players that are in it, and then all of the players that are associated with this. Because we will need to... Alright, let's see if this works. Queue... Yeah, okay, so queue player doesn't have an association, that's fine. I need to make this players... Belongs to as one player belongs to queue, or does it belong to one player? The player owns the position in the queue, so I guess you could say belongs to. Does that work? Is that possible? So the player has many. Oh boy. It's so good. Seen a new Michael Reeves vid? No, I haven't seen it actually. Has many through? I think so. Has many through. Pretty sure Ecto has that. Pass through? Is it many to many? It is, right? No, that's not many to many. As many. Because that's on the player, right? It is many to many? No, because one queue player belongs to one queue. Also, I need to add some unique indexes here. Player ID and so queue. This player can only join queue ID. But I also want to have an index on queue ID because do I always find... No, I want to have the players in this queue. But do I also want to show the players queues? I think I need both, index on both. I need to be able to find when I visit a broadcaster that I see all the players that are in the queue, which will be queue ID, player ID, or queue ID, and that's it. So that will be this one. But there's also a case where a player would like to see in what queues he's in. Does he ever want to see that? Because otherwise this will be the other way around, and we don't need an index on the other way around. I can't remember how many to many works. Yeah, so I guess this is a many to many. When you preload something through something in one of the methods, in this case, I think you could add new associations, had many through, and preload just one thing. through. Yeah, exactly. That's true. You should be able to say inside here, you should be able to say queue players, right? Or something like that. And then you preload the players through the join table, association table. As many through here. So to do items, true to do list items, to do item. So a queue, players queue, a queue has many players through queue players, or is it, yeah, queue players to-do list items, as many to-do list item, to-do list item, to-do lists, to-do list items, but I think I have this. Is this supposed to be queue players? Like this? I can't remember what the... If you're supposed to do like double plural here or not. Because here he doesn't do it. It's like a to-do list items. To-do list items. And then you have to-do items. Okay, so this is correct. But then it has many on the player in this case. Or the queue in this case. So maybe we need to change our migration. Mix, migrate, rollback. Mix, ecto, rollback. Cool, we need to make some changes here anyways. So what I'm wondering is if I'm ever gonna need to... If I need an index on the player ID as well. But it might be better to add it than to have it added later. So basically this will create a unique index saying you can only have like the same player join the queue once, the same queue once.
Everyone, get in here.
What's up, Raven? How's it going? And this index will be, can I find me all the queues that this player is in? True an index. But I'm not sure if I have that use case, but I think it's better to have it regardless of anything. Yeah. So I think it's fine. Yeah. So the migration is now fine. Oh. Cool. Okay. Really don't care about this queues. Actually, I think I do. I don't know yet. Whatever. We have everything in players now, so it's fine. So now I say inside queue, I say... Oh no, I forgot to... I didn't change the name of the thing. That's what I wanted to do. Wait, what? Compilation error. Queues players. Oh, it was saved already. Cool. Boom. Boom, boom. Okay, this thing is gone now, right? Yep. Oh, this feature will be available soon. Cool. Yeah, okay, that DB table is gone. All right, what we need to do is we're gonna rename this table to queue players. Let's see, what is the convention here? Join through table. SQL. Well, that's if you know exactly what those things are, but this concept doesn't really have a physical presence. I guess you could say this is where they joined the viewer. I don't know. Queues, players, video sales orders, sales order line items, video product. This is products, this is sales orders, and this is sales order line items. Sub honey, sub the legend. Associative tables. Table name conventions. Many too many. This looks like a smart people thing. Actor film mapping. Yikes. I don't like that at all. Yeah, I like this example. Physicians, appointments, and patients. The physicians have appointments with patients. Like, if you know exactly like that, the association with it. But I don't know what that concept is for VR games. Or in a queue. When a player is in a queue... SQL join table name conventions. User roles. Which sounds a bit odd. Users roles. Yeah, I think so too. Queue players. Queued players. In theory, that is what it is. It is all the players that are queued up. That is pretty much what this table is. That's not bad. I think this actually is better. I like that. That is actually a lot better. These are all the queued players. That's good. I like that. Okay, bye to say hi to Boyd. Thanks for the lurk, honey. Appreciate it. Because then it's the schema is also called queued player. So an queued player. I like it. Appreciate it. Okay, does everything in this thing... Queued players, queued players, queued players. Okay. Alright, this thing needs to be changed. And then this thing needs to be changed. Sweet. Migrate. Invalid association schema queue in schema queue player. Yes, I know. Queued player, queued player, queue player. Wait, let me roll back and see if the error is still there. I don't know. Enjoy your dinner, honey. Cool. Cool, cool. Alright, so now inside of queue, we can say has many players. So it belongs to a player. A queue belongs to a player, but also it has many through queued players and then player. Right? And then I can say in players, I can say queue players. Maybe. Unexpected token. Players at EX27. Oops. Schema does not have an association with queued players used by association players. Please ensure the association exists before defining the through one. Schema does not have an association with queued players by associating players. So it has many queues. Has many queues? Well, I don't want to have that on this player. I don't care. I don't care that the player has many queues. Maybe later, but where he belongs to. Many. Oh, this is such a weird fucking association. So Q.ex10 has many players through queued players, and then queued players so queued players belongs to a queue and to a player, and then the player doesn't have anything. It is so weird because the player itself owns the queue that consists of players. What's up, Dan? How's it going? To-do lists, preload to-do items. Wait. What about this? No, doesn't matter. Q10 has through struct. Schema does not have an association with queued players used by association players. Please make sure to understand why we keep on crashing, but anyways, we're back. So we have here a tag that has many to many. Wait, so this one uses many to many. So maybe I'm missing that. And it's defined before the through one. Okay, so in queued players here, or queue, we need a association with players. It really, I don't know. They're talking about, yeah, why don't you just use raw SQL? Like, yeah, sure. As many players, as many through Ecto. Has many clients, phones. Oh, maybe I need to do that. Oh. So I need to... I think I need to do this. Okay, that's a different error. You need to basically tell that this has many is related to this thing. Given module does not exist. Do I need to do that for here too? Because it doesn't know about what model for player to, what schema for player to load, right? Wait, let's see. Has many through. I googled this like 5 times already, but... Has many dish dietary preferences on... Oh, we need that too, actually. On delete. Delete all. Because when we delete the queue, when we delete the player, if that ever happens, so this should also be on delete, delete all. I don't know how that works because it's only one, but I will see. I don't know what on replace is, but sure. Let's Google this. Let's Google this. I never do that anymore. I never actually Googled the exact error. But maybe this queued players does not exist because we need to load it. I thought if you're in the same module, you can just use the same module, but let's see. This is how, this is why. No. Yeah. I don't like Googling like that. We kind of know what we need to do. This person has many dietary prefs, and then a dish. And then the dishes has many... So a dish has many dietary preferences. So it refers to them. No. A dish has many dietary preferences. Yeah, sure. So this is the connection between the dietary preferences and a dish. It belongs to a dish. Oh, maybe this is what we need to do here too. No, this worked. This worked. I think. I think that worked. Hero games players, queued player. Queued players. Oh! Typo. Hello? Oh, it still doesn't work. Fuck. Shit. I was like, I got it. I found it. It's a typo. Shit. $27. But still broke. It's still broke. Okay, so let's see where the fucking error comes from. Player queue. Wait, maybe I need to remove this. No. A queue belongs to a player, and it has many queued players. This should work. This should work. And then a queued players belongs to a queue, and it belongs to a player. And then a player has many queued players. Through queued player. Let's start with this. Okay, let's recompile the app. I don't know what's wrong. Feel like something is wrong. Player has one queue. Yeah, it has one queue. Because it also owns one queue. So maybe that is the problem. So a player can have its own queue, but it also belongs to other people's queues through this one. But maybe that's causing issues. That's what I'm thinking of, just having another concept of a broadcaster. And then a broadcaster has one queue. And then... which is just a different schema. But yeah, I don't know. But why did this work before? If I completely remove the part from queued players, and I go to players here and I say I preload queue, this needs to be gone. Broadcaster is the creator of the queue. Yeah, but in theory, the broadcaster is a player. That's like, I don't know what I'm gonna do with that yet, but say, since everyone connects their Twitch, everybody is in theory a player and a broadcaster. Like, everybody can join other people's viewer games, but they can also host their own viewer games. Because everybody's a streamer, but also a viewer. That makes sense. So in theory, everybody's a player, but a player can also have their own queue. So they have one queue themselves that they can fill up with players. What's up, Poopschoon? How's it going? Okay, but let's go back to the working version we had, because I don't know why that doesn't work anymore. Let's see. Because we said a player belongs to... A queue belongs to a player, and a player has a queue. That's where we're at right now. We're not even using queued players at all at this moment. So I don't know why this code is... I believe you can add a reference to the player in the queue. Yeah, we have that. Let's see. Here. Player ID. But maybe that's causing issues with the convention because it has many players through and it has it belongs to. But anyways, I don't know why it doesn't work now, because now I commented out everything that relates to this shit. Maybe this needs to be an array. No. Okay, now we got it working, but now it's not doing a... now it's not fetching a queue. So, okay, repo, let's go back to what we had working, because I feel like we're running into an issue where it's just a typo at this point. Preload. Yes. Preload takes the result of a player here. Yes. So we have two players. There's one queue created by player number 3, which is my main. And then that's it. We don't have any players that have joined any queues yet. That's just it. I just want to fetch the queue again. So this is what it is. I want to preload the post with the comments. Right? Queue. And we're saying here a player has one queue. I don't think this is necessary, but we'll see. A queue has one player, or belongs to one player, and a player has one queue. Get rid of this shit. This is what we had before. Then we get this fucking weird ass error. Not implemented for queue of type atom. The given module does not exist. So I think here, this is why we need to alias it. No. Fuck. Player. We need to alias it. I don't know. Let's see. See, I knew this was gonna... Okay, it's fine. I knew that it was not related to the things we've written. I think it was just like this silly stuff, you know, like a typo, because the queue is actually not something that we have right now. So the module can now be found, and then it says, hey, I'm trying to associate something with something that doesn't exist. Cool. Okay, good to know. Do we need to alias it here too? Oh, we already did that here. Beautiful. So now we can go back and write the correct statement. So a queue has many queued players, and then we import queued player has many players. Oh, has many players through queued players and player. Right. Boom. That's good. Sick. So now we have this correctly set up. This fucker is correctly set up. And a player... Well, we don't really need to add that relationship yet. And it loaded. So now if we go to players and we say we want to have queue... Oops. Queue also load the players. I think it just did a query that got all the queued players. Sick. But there is none. So if we go to our player controller and we do IO inspect player, we will see a queue and then a list of players and then the associated queue players. And then what we need to do is we need to insert a record. So let's let player 4 join the queue number 1. So 4 queue number 1. Now I don't know why this is red. It's very weird. So now we have a queued player. So now if I refresh, we will see that we will have players in our queue. That's pretty good. That's pretty nice. So in our view, we could now load a... Get rid of this. We can now render a table. Or let's do an unordered list. And we say for every... I don't know how to do for loops in EX. Thanks. Cool. We can say H2 viewer game queue. And then we can say an ordered list actually. And then we say list is player.queue.players player.display name. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Cool, so now we have the display logic working and the relationships. Let's delete the tests. I'll delete this as well. I don't need a change set for this probably. Well, I will, but I'm not sure if I need it. I'm not sure. And if I try to insert the same record, so for player 4 and Q1, I will get a database error. Or it just doesn't even let me insert. Sure. That's good. Okay. So let's see if we can add a button that lets you join. All right, let's first actually commit this code. So we can get a player with queue, and a player has a queue. The queue has queued players, and it has players through queued players and then the player. Yeah. But what if I'm visiting a player that doesn't have a queue? What happens then? So players that knows undefined. Okay, so I know from Twig that it will automatically do a safe check for nested properties, but for EEX it doesn't. So I'm asking .queue.players on something that is nil. What I can do here is I need to do an if statement. If players are queue, then render this. Else there are no players in the queue. I don't know how this works, man. Else if EX. I really don't know how this templating engine works. If statement. Conditions. If true, do. Oh. Oh. There's no players in the queue. But for this one, there is. Doesn't matter if the user doesn't have a queue. It's like as soon as somebody wants to join someone's queue, we create a thing. The thing is, the broadcaster needs to basically... Well, actually, the broadcaster needs to say... create a viewer game, I think. And then it creates a queue. Or not. I don't know at what moment people should be able to join people's queues. From a product perspective, right? So, if I sign up, I should have some sort of broadcaster page that I could say, I think the flow could work like this. There's two flows. There's the broadcaster flow that visits the website and creates an account through the website. And then there is people that create an account through trying to join someone's viewer game. Right? On the other hand, now that I'm thinking, the barrier is very high for people to join because they need to create a viewer, they need to create log in with Twitch, then connect their game accounts. But yeah, we'll need to see how that works from a product perspective. There's a lot of like product decisions to make here. There's not so many like coding decisions to make. The code itself is not very difficult. It's just a bunch of people joining queue. We delete the people if they've entered the viewer game, and that's pretty much it. That's like all the things are doing. The thing that is harder to think about is what works best for the streamers, because it is like there's probably streamers that prioritize speed or like having a very low barrier for people to join the viewer games, But there's also probably a bunch of streamers that prefer having legitimate people join their viewer games, and then security or like reducing spam is more important for those kinds of people, but I'm not entirely sure yet. So what if a player has a queue but there's no players? So the queue is there but the players are not there. Can I do and? Okay. Left side and got nil. That's fine, right? Because then it's an if. Expected a boolean on the left side. In theory, you could allow to join only for subs. Yeah, that's the plan, yeah. Like, I want to give that fine-grained control to the broadcaster. But I'm not entirely sure where I'm going to store those settings yet, for example. Because I need to think, if people are going to create an account through Twitch, I really need to know who is a broadcaster and who isn't. And whether or not they... Yeah. But let's keep things simple for now. Maybe have a field on the player that just says... Or on the queue, or on the player. Or like a button that just creates a queue for them or something like that. Like start viewer game. If from a concept of a broadcaster you could say start a viewer game, then you like open queue and it starts a queue. That means that if you have a queue, you can join the queue, right? So basically there's two if statements here. If there is a player queue, then, and if there's no player queue, then it's like this broadcaster does not have a public, not have any viewer games to join, right? And then if there is no players, then it is else. I don't know if that matters to the end user though, but we'll see. Then it is more like this there are 0 players in the queue. Yeah, so let's remove a player from the queue. Oh, that doesn't work. Length? Greater than 0? How do I count? What do I do? Wait, I need to do Elixir stuff, right? So I need to do like list count Elixir, because it's just Elixir list. Oh, count. Or enum Elixir size, maybe count. Okay. Beautiful. Does this just work? Is 0? Oh, nope. 0 is not falsy. Let's check that. Integer or 2 Boolean. Zeros and true. Oh, wow. Okay. Interesting. Okay. All right. Yeah, we can do this too. Okay. 0 is truthy in Elixir. That's fine. Cool, cool. Okay. Like in Ruby? Is it in Ruby? Oh man, I've been jumping between too many languages. Been jumping through too many languages. So if there's a queue, then we check if the queue is not empty, and if the queue is empty, we render there's 0 players in the queue. We also need to render a button. We need to add a join button, but let's do that after. Cool. Okay. Sure. Player 4. This one should have this broadcast. It does not have any viewer games to join. Cool. I think as a streamer, you kind of want to be able to turn this off. Because if you've once had a queue, then everybody can continue to join the queue. But that doesn't really, we don't really need that in the MVP, because we can get that from like user feedback or like how they use this and like work with them and see how they can improve or like see what works for them. Maybe this works for them, maybe it doesn't. I can already see that this probably doesn't work for them. But let's wait. Okay, so onto the business logic we go. So first let's check what code we have written and their associated queue. Including all players in the queue. We'll need some pagination there too, but or a maximum amount of players in a queue or whatever, but yeah. It's working. We just need a better UI, but it's working. And we need a full flow. So like if I'm not logged in and then I start, yeah, I need like some sort of account view, I think. All right, let's go over this. A queue has a unique, so there's only one queue per player. You can join a queue through queued players. Do you want to make it possible to create more than one queue for a broadcaster? Maybe later. Hence why I have a uniqueness constraint on it now. Basically what I'm wondering if the queues are for a broadcaster or they're for a game and a broadcaster is what I'm wondering. So I have viewer games scoped. I have viewer games scoped to games. So you have one queue and then the broadcaster starts a viewer game and picks people from the queue to join the viewer game, and the viewer game is bound to a game. But there's one queue for a broadcaster. But maybe that doesn't really work well because you will have people join the queue that don't even have the game. And then we might need to opt in for queues per game. I thought you were doing it for League of Legends? Well, for now, it's just League. There's only one game that we're going to integrate with. But in the future, it's already future-proof that like you can have viewer games for different games. But you only have one queue. So you pick from a pool of players to join the viewer game. And you have a player limit saying like, yep, I want to pick 9 people from the queue to join this viewer game. And then they're removed from the queue. So their queue player records are removed. And instead they're added to the viewer game through viewer game player. But I don't know if that's gonna work, because if you have a big streamer, there's gonna be a bunch of people joining the queue, and if you cannot verify those users with their connected game accounts, then you're gonna have a queue filled with people that, you know, like, that are never gonna be able to join. And so for now, I just have one queue per player, and that's why I have the uniqueness constraint on there, but I'm not sure if that will change in the future. Hence why the player doesn't have a queue ID on there, because I want to make this kind of future-proof. Considering that I don't really know which way the product is going to shift. Okay, cool. I think that's looking fine. Those change sets are not used yet, so I'm curious if... okay, let's add viewer queues and queue and players to the broadcaster page. So maybe it should be the broadcaster controller, but we'll see. And maybe we'll need a broadcaster context, because queues only relate to, I don't know. In theory, they also relate to the player, but if you look at it from a player perspective, all you care about is joining stuff. From a broadcaster perspective, you care about whether or not people are allowed to join your queue, whether or not people are allowed to be removed from the queue and stuff like that. So yeah, I really need to figure out how I'm gonna get this distinction correctly and have proper contexts, because the broadcaster looks at a player differently than how the player looks at a player differently. So a broadcaster may look at a player as just some viewer that joins, while the player looks at himself, I am going to play a viewer game. So I think these might be two different contexts that we need to split up. Player should somehow connect his account with a game account before joining the queue. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So they might connect their Twitch account, but then it might say a message like, in order to join this queue, you need to have your X game account connected, so the broadcaster can actually see your username to invite to the game. Which means that you're going to... You can still have one queue, but just bound it to a certain game. But yeah, I don't know yet. Also, UI wise, I don't know how that would work. Because what URL would you send it to? Would you, like, I was thinking maybe we need another abstraction above that would just be streaming sessions. So you would create a viewer game. I don't know. Maybe it's viewer game is not so much this. Maybe this is more like a match. And a viewer game, you create a viewer game which contains a queue that you can join, and it's bound to a game. And then, yeah, I don't know. It's like it's almost like a session, right? Like, let's say I am a streamer and I want to play League of Legends today. So I start my streaming session and I say I'm going to do viewer games today, and I open up my queue to be able to join League of Legends viewer games. And throughout my session, I will be creating multiple matches or multiple games throughout this viewer game session. But then at some point I'm like, okay, I'm going to switch to CSGO now, and I want to do viewer games there as well. I need to create a new queue for people to join, bound to this game, and then only people with CSGO added to as a connected account can then join the queue. That's why I asked multiple queues. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But I think that requires another concept. And another concept in terms of pages too, and how that would look on the UI. Because if you just have your broadcaster's view, the thing is, I was thinking I could probably get away with doing one queue right now and just allow the broadcaster to delete the queue. So just like wipe all players that are in the queue, so that if they play a new game, they can just wipe the queue and just start over. But yeah, I probably need to do some checkup work with how people work with this. I could either just release this out to the public and let people play with it, but then they might drop off early and then never come back. So I either need to do some research on how people use viewer games and what their workflow is now, or I need to just get some people that are willing to, you know, play around during the alpha stages of this product. Not entirely sure yet what to do. Also not sure what, from a marketing perspective, would be the best thing to do. You could easily have people drop off if the product doesn't really work. And I think the unique selling point from this product comes in when you started doing integrations with subscribers, integrations with maybe leaderboards, or some more loyalty kind of stuff there. So if you've played around, if you've played a lot of like viewer games with the streamer, I don't know, you can do something or whatever. I think that's where the value comes in here, because I feel like that's not what anybody else is leveraging yet. Alright, let me take a look at my memory usage. It's all fine, so not sure if it's gonna crash again, but we'll see. Or you could allow broadcasters to create multiple queues, so broadcaster doesn't need to wipe the queue before creating a new game. Yeah, but how would you display that? Because like, you would then need like a unique URL. So like, let's say I'm JizzRCats, right? So JizzRCats / my queue. Like, you will need a URL like this to publicly send. So you cannot just send them to like the latest queue, for example. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, you can have one active queue, so we can have like an is active field on the DB, and then, or like you can have some states or something that the queue can be in. And then you can say like, okay, give me the currently active queue. But then again, what's the value, right? So you would then bind the queue to a game.
Everyone, get in here!
Yo, RV Centos, thanks so much for the follow. But in theory, we can already still do that. So we could say a queue is bound to a game. Queue is bound to a game, and then as soon as you switch in the UI, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna switch games now, you can have a pop-up saying, hey, do you want to wipe the fucking queue and start over, or do you just want to keep the same thing? Are you sure you want to keep the queue as is, or you want to start all the way from scratch? Click some button, close queue. But the thing, what I'm wondering is, what is the value for the streamer to be able to see his previous queues? Like, the queues are not important. It's the viewer games that matter. It's the actual matches that people play where the value comes from. So I think the queue itself doesn't necessarily need to be persisted per se. You can just have simply one queue and bind it to a game and then just kick the people that don't have the connections. And also for me to keep that data is not really relevant to me. If I'm like, I create another queue and it's empty and then people start joining, I really don't care about the old queues. Like, it's not like I'm gonna revive them, or I'm gonna just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna use this queue now, I think. Like I said, I really don't know how this product is gonna evolve. So that's why I just made an assumption now, and I just need to validate it. I think that's the only way. I just need to talk to some streamers and see how they would do it right now. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's the main goal right now. It's like, I want to code so that if product changes, like product requirements change, I can adapt still. I'm not locking myself in by adding a queue ID to the player, because right now I have one queue, right? So luckily we're still fine. And if we ever need a different concept, we just need a concept above. What's up, CAD? Okay, so we have the UI. We just need to be able to add some routes to add ourselves to someone else's queue, right? So let's log in as JizroCats. Cool. Let's go to number 4. So this is test. Test is not a broadcaster. So let's have another user log in. Test is not a broadcaster. Oh, what? So I have 2 incognito windows, but they share the same. What? I thought every incognito window was like separate. That's interesting. Today I learned. Today I learned. Okay, so alright, if JizroCats Test wants to join this guy's queue, that's fine too. It doesn't really matter. Because this person has a queue already, so. Don't forget to eat. Yeah, I still need to do that. Alright, let's go to the template. Let's go to player. Yeah, so if they have a queue, you should be able to join, right? So in here, we should say I think we can leverage views here later on too. But let's see first. So form, I think I can add form to, I have something in layout already that does something similar. Form 4. So I will need a route for this. So I will need a route where we say the player ID and then we don't know about the concept of a queue, so in theory we could just say join. But if we want to make it future-proof, we could do QID join. Because we have the QID through here. So let's create a controller for this. So this is where Is this in the player controller? It is more related to queues, right? So maybe we should make it restful and just be like, This will stop us from making sure that we join other people's queues, right? Like if we make it restful and we allow for queue ID here, we could like increment this number and just have somebody else's random queue that I tried to join and don't even know whose that is. But here I just explicitly say the player ID, which could also be the player slug. And then we could say queue ID, or we say queue join. And then we do the player queue controller. Or maybe it's the broadcaster queue controller. Maybe that's it. Yeah, and maybe this also needs to be renamed. Oh, let's not introduce the concept broadcaster just yet. Let's wait for that in another PR, where we completely overhaul the player concept into a broadcaster. For now, it's not important. This is going to be a post. So the current user is going to join the queue. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, okay. Whatever. We'll see. As long as we keep it future-proof, we don't have to do it right from the start. That's what I'm thinking. Okay. Join. I'm a little bit afraid because we're using player ID, even though we know we're going to change it. Player ID. Get player with queue. No, we don't care about that. What we need to do is we know about the current user, so we need to probably now get that current user. Current player equals con dot assigns dot current player. I'm thinking here, if I am not logged in and I do a post to this URL, this will blow the fuck up. This will just blow the fuck up. And so from a API perspective, this does not work. Alright, let's actually not move this in a separate controller. I'm thinking about it because I'm like, I need to kind of redirect myself back to the show, or I need to render the show of the player. So maybe we just need a join queue. And then this is also in the same spot, which is kind of nice. Cool. All right, we have the current player. If there is no current player, though, this is gonna blow up. Okay. So now we need, and this is why I probably want to start splitting this up. But anyways, a player can join the queue. So it's the player taking the action, meaning that I could here have join queue. Or maybe we need a player. So we need the player like this. And then we need the queue that we're gonna join. Or the queue ID. Where do we want this validation to happen? Can I wait, let me see. Is there referential integrity checks here? So if I say I want player 4 to join a queue that doesn't exist, will it still create the record? No. That's fantastic. That's super good. So we can just let the database blow up. Because you're trying to join a queue that doesn't exist. And it should also belong to the player. So do we want to have the queue ID here? So first we need to get the... Oh boy. This is where our bounded context starts to get messy, right? Because now our player needs to fetch a queue. The viewer game ID? No, you don't technically join the viewer game. You join you want to join the queue so you can be picked to go into a viewer game. I think the queue ID should be in the URL. I think it's more future-proof too. I think it's more future-proof too. Because if we're gonna have multiple queues, this doesn't have to necessarily need to change. You don't need the player ID in the URL. I want to check if the user is trying to join the queue that actually belongs to this player. Well, the player ID is not the queues. So basically, this player ID, the logged in player is not the same as the broadcaster. This is basically the broadcaster ID. Right? So you're trying to join the queue of the broadcaster with the user ID that you're passing. So this is the current player. This is like your logged in user. And then we're gonna need the queue of this player. Hence why this will change. To move away from the player ID and use player slugs. But then we need to I think before we add slugs, we need to figure out the concept of broadcasters and how that is gonna live, because I feel like that is still too vague and it's messing up a lot of the thinking. So this thing needs to figure out if their queue exists. Yeah, let me make a queue here. Dev module viewer games dot queues. Dev joined queue. And then you also pass in the queue, maybe? We need a dev find queue by player ID. Player ID do repo dot get if the queue has a unique ID or slug, then you can skip the broadcaster ID. True. True. But what I'm thinking is, should I... What I basically don't want is people joining random people's queues by incrementing numbers. So if they don't know which ID of the queue belongs to which broadcaster, they would always need to join and know the person's like slug before they can join the person's queue, right? So if I can do queues.id and do like a join or something, then I can just increment this number because I can always join anybody's queue. And I can join all of these people's queues like without even watching them. Well, if I scope them to a broadcaster at least, they will need to know the broadcaster slug, queues, queue ID, and then join. Which they will need to know which queue ID belongs to which broadcaster. Hence why our queue here has an index on the owned player. So let's do queue and then player ID equals player ID. And then we need to make sure that we include repo. Why do we have query, ecto query here? I actually don't know. I don't know why we need that, but sure. Maybe because, I don't know. Yeah, I think the ID doesn't like save us enough. It's not safeguarding, so I want to be more explicit here. So I want to say queues dot find queue by player ID, and then we say player ID, and then this could blow up. That is okay. Then we know that we always have a queue. This is also going to blow up. That's okay as well. And then we say queues dot join queue current player and the queue that we just fetched. And then we need to implement this. We can say if it's not a player and it's not a queue, or it's something else. I don't know if I want a pattern match on that, but let's see. Okay, so we know that we can only join if we pass a player and a queue. This is not... We're not 100% sure about this one yet, but we need to... We'll figure it out in a little bit. Because this, in theory... Okay, whatever. Let's first implement it. So we have our queue, and then we want to do... I think we want to get the chain set maybe for the... Because in this case, we want to get an error when the user already exists. So we're going to try and post to join the queue, but if the user already exists, so on our player queue, on our queued player, we will need to do a validation check. So you can pass to me the queue ID and the player ID, and I validate that these are required. And then I check for unique constraint. For queue ID and player ID. And I need to pass a name as well. Because I keep giving names to my indexes. Oh, I didn't give a name this time. So what is the name now? Queued players, queue ID, player ID index. Oh. So I can just not pass a name here. Create chain set. So we do queue.create chain set. But just this needs a queue player. So we will need to, from a queue, create a queue player. Does it make more sense to have this one at the start? So you can do like queue, join queue, player. That's pretty sick. I like that. Anyhow. So we need to be able to create nested resources. And I think there was an article on that. What is public? Oh, that's like, okay, yeah, that's the field. Form submit. Associative fields, Ep.2 Phoenix. Invoice details with details. User profile. This might be something we need as well, but we'll see. Past association. Oh, I need a change set. Change set. Assoc. Associated embeds. In theory, we're not changing any associations. We're just like, we're adding something. So maybe we just need to do a queued player. So we start with a queued player. And then we pass attributes. Oh boy. Not sure if I like this. Okay. And then we do repo.insert. Do I need to do anything? Where's my create? Oh, here. Find or create player. Insert. No, okay. So we're inserting a queued player. And we're going to get back a chain set. So it's gonna either be okay, and then we're gonna get the queued, but we don't really use that. So if it's okay, then we render the show again. Can I redirect to? Redirect to Phoenix. Oh, here. Sweet. Redirect con to routes dot mix Phoenix routes. Oh, compilation error. I just do render. It's gonna blow up, but that's fine. Otherwise, if that's not the case, then it's there's a reason for the error. And then we're rendering, oh boy. Like we need the player here. I think we need the player in general. Oh, get player. Because this is right now the player ID, but this later on will be the slug. So you will always need to get the player by slug and then find the queue for that player. So this is fine. So we need to do... Oh, we need to do a flash here as well. So let's steal that from the auth controller. Oh, we can redirect too. Oh, sweet. Oh, it doesn't matter. Info. Flash. Put flash. I don't know what the types are. Successfully joined the queue. Or put flash. Error reason. See if this works. I'm excited. Well, we don't know if it works yet because I didn't add the button yet. But let's also get the routes. Player path. Yikes. Route, router, Phoenix, name. Name. Path helpers. Hello web endpoint. Page path. Oh, I can just do that. Okay, cool. Sweet. Okay. Go to the show. Form 4 con. Routes. Page path. On. Is it page path? No, it was like player path. Player path. Join queue. Sweet. And then we're gonna have a button join queue. Also, we need to do some validation. We need to do some validation. Oh, boom. What happened? Player path is undefined. What do you mean? I can see it right here. We pass the player ID, we get the player path queue. Oh shit, you're right. Okay, yeah, that works. So let's go to our auto user. That makes sense, yes. Player path queue is undefined. Player queue path. Always ends with path, right? No. Fuck. Mix Phoenix routes. Oh, it is player path. Player path 2 is undefined. Form 4. Let's see how that works. Oh, fuck. Obviously you get the Rails This is cool, actually. Maybe I should make my broadcaster like this. I can just embed the player schema. So you have a broadcaster that has a field called player. But in theory, it's just the same model. Is it? I don't know. Maybe the player should be an embedded schema. I don't know, actually. They're using the same field. I don't know. It's kind of... I don't know. So we're passing plug as the first and then join queue as the second. Router helpers. I don't know where their helpers comes from. God damn it. How does this not work? This is cool. Memory usage looks fine, by the way. This will generate the following named helper. Page, con, or endpoint, show hello. Oh. But because we have a player ID here. Player.id. Player ID. Is not implemented for player ID of type list. Protocol is implemented for the following any map. Shows it here though. Oh no, it doesn't. Okay, okay, okay. There you go. 3 queues join. This ref token. Is undefined. Modules queues is not available. Oh yeah, we didn't include that yet. Keyword list can only be interpreted. Okay, let's go back. Join queue. Boom. Find queue by player ID. Okay. Something goes wrong there. Find queue by player ID. Player ID, do repo get player ID, player ID. Oh, I'm doing, okay. Get by? Oh yeah, we're doing it still the other way around. We're doing queue like this. Okay, I did join the queue. It did join the queue. But because we don't redirect and the associations are not loaded, because the player, we didn't get the player with the queue. So instead if we redirect to routes dot player path con, oh the con is already there. Show player ID. Alright, let's remove ourselves from the queue again. Empty, join, undefined. Argument 1 is show. Oh shit. We need to add con here. No mention clause, redirect, con options. Oh, it needs to be 2. 2. Booking in video game exceeded the maximum size of 4,000. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Oops. I don't know what that means, but sure. Alright, can I join this? I can join this. We are in the queue. We joined, we successfully joined the queue. Okay. We're fine. Sick. Cookie overflow error. When I join again... What's up, Marco? How is this possible? Maybe because of our plug? Maybe? Let's see, what did our plug do again? I honestly think we shouldn't store the whole player object in our session though. I think we should just store the current player ID and then we fetch it on every request. I think that makes more sense. Because, yeah. Otherwise, we might load associations on this current player, and then, yeah, we're gonna have a big problem. But that's for next. That's for next. That's another PR to fix that. Let's add it to our Trello, though. Shameless plug. Substrophy. What am I working on? I'm working on an app that allows streamers to manage their viewer games. And then we're going to be building a whole system around gaining more excitement around viewer games, basically. Because I think viewer games right now are not really utilized well enough by the streamers. I think streamers can do a lot more with viewer games than they are doing now. And I just want to be the platform that facilitates that for them. Remove entire player from session. Instead, rely on player ID. So to do. Okay, let's see. Let's add some comments where comments fit, and let's write some unit tests for this. And then our task is done. Start with the tests. Queues test. Queues test. So let's see. Yo, Liza, thank you so much for the host. Oh my god. How was your stream, girl? Oh my god, if you guys haven't checked Liza out, please go check her out. Oh, I haven't been able to check her stream out in so long. Please go check her out. She recently joined an esports team. How's that? Holy shit, that's exciting. Oh my god. Hello guys, my name is Boyd. I usually play video games, but I also do coding streams every now and then. This is one of them. We are working on a very cool project. What's up, Boost Buddy? How's it going? What's up, Casper? We're working on a project where we're going to be able to facilitate viewer games for streamers. Because I feel like streamers can do a lot more with viewer games than they're doing now. So maybe some people have like bots that people can use in order for people to join viewer games. I feel like we can do way more with that. I don't know. Elizabeth, do you use your name was Elizabeth, right? Wait, am I? Oh my god, wait. My goldfish brain might be off. Elizabeth or Ellie. Okay. We're good. Oh. What's up, Xarian? How's it going? Do you ever do viewer games? And if so, maybe you can help me out in testing the app when it's at a better stage than it is now. I'm actually Amanda. Holy shit, Casper, you've been following me for 4 years. That's insane. Thanks so much. Whenever I do, they int me or run it down, so not anymore. Oh, damn it. Well, I want to challenge you on that. I want to make viewer games fun again. So I want to make viewer games fun for streamers, so we're getting there. Okay, yeah, we need to add code comments here. I'm going to explain what this method does, and for this one as well. What am I making? So I make a platform where broadcasters and streamers come together to join viewer games, and they can get some sort of stats or loyalty points or like anything related to where streamers can basically take more out of the viewer games, and the players joining the viewer games can also get more out of it. So what I want to do is have a platform where people can join viewer games, connect their accounts, get statistics, and also see all the viewer games that they've joined and maybe some leaderboards or whatever. Always comment and write tests first. True, but since the project is moving a lot and the requirements are changing a lot, I don't really know yet what the implementation is going to be. And I also don't know yet what I need. So normally I write tests first if I know what I'm going to be building, but if I don't know, then yeah. The requirements change a lot, then I'd like to check. Make viewer games more rewarding. Yeah, that's exactly the goal. Because I feel like streamers are just using bots, and then they're like, hey, next person in queue, yeah, let's come in. But I think we can make viewer games easier, because if the player joins this system, connects their accounts, the streamer doesn't need to know about the person's username, because that's already connected to their account. They can see all their matches they've played. We can have like maybe global leaderboards to figure out like who is doing the best with the viewer games and stuff like that. What's up, Ani? How's it going? I think there's some cool things we can do, but we're all still figuring it out. We're all still figuring it out. I just know that there's a way, but let's start with the basics. Allows a player to join a given queue. Finds the queue based on the given player ID. And then we just fucking steal it from the other page, players.ex, and we yoink this fucking racist to blah blah blah. Because that's also what it does. So Redagast, how's it going? So if we're at a beta or alpha stage, will you be willing to try it out? See what works and see what doesn't? Could be cool. All right, what does join queue do? So when... I hate that I cannot do multiple describe blocks, but that's fine. Should return should okay when the queue and player exists. What else does it need to do? Should error when the player has already joined the queue. What else should it do? What's up, I'll cook your dog? How's it going? I get you. I have the same issue, especially in my own projects. Yeah, exactly. Sucks uni has been on hold because of COVID-19. Yeah, that's a struggle. That's a struggle. What's up, Luna? How's things? You guys haven't checked out Princess Looney Tunes? Please go check her out as well. What language is this? This is Elixir. It's a language on top of Erlang. Is there anything else that this thing should do? The language itself will already blow up when you're passing a queue that doesn't exist. But should we be a little bit more safe here? Because the player can for sure not be there. I can even show you that because we didn't even build that yet. Oh fuck, wrong one. Let me log into Twitch. Boom. We log out this user. And I go to 4, 3, and I join. This shit's gonna fucking blow up. Let's first delete this user anyways. If I now join, it's like... So when the player is not logged in, Should join queue be in favor of that? Or should it already blow up here? I think it should already blow up here. Maybe we need a module for this as well, though. Queue join, yeah, join queue just needs a queue and it needs a player. And then it returns okay or it returns error with the reason. Yeah, an overload of the function. That's what I'm thinking, but I don't think the queue here should actually allow for this. I think the consumer of join queue should just throw an error whenever something is not there. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if queue is responsible for this. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's more elegant. I think it's more elegant to let this thing take care of it. So like if it's not there, then
it's for the hot nerds at home.
Thanks a lot, Luna. Appreciate it. 200 bits for the hot nerds at home. Thank you. Appreciate that. That's a nice core go. The fuck? Should get that. You're just assigning a default value to the queue, right? Forget how Elixir. Well, I can just do def join queue, and I can say like, if this pattern, the queue always needs to be there, but if the player is not there, then we can do something else. Like we can, we can also do a default value. It's being player. Because then the player ID is going to be empty, and then it's going to throw a different error, which we can check for. Because it needs an ID, so. Does this work? Oh. I don't know how that works with pattern matching. With default values. Oh, because the pattern, it already didn't match the pattern. Yeah. Do we care about it being a... Yeah, we do care about it being a player. Because we call .id on it, so... I think, but totally not sure. The elegant way for Elixir to have an overload. Yes, but... The question is... Do I want people to be sending or using join queue without passing a player ever? That's what I'm wondering. I can support it, no problem. I can write another function like overloaded. Well, it's not really overloaded. It's like it's pattern matching and it doesn't find this pattern. So you can have another function with the same name, have a different pattern. But I don't know if I want to do that. I don't know if I want my queues module to be that flexible. But maybe. Maybe. And in theory, it's gonna do the same kind of stuff anyways, except for the repo insert, because we already know beforehand. And actually, I don't know if repo insert is gonna do a DB call if it finds an error here. So in theory, we could just say, I don't care if you're sending me a player or not. I just need to know that this queue is a queue. But then the problem is this, you could be sending anything. So it's not like, so, Yeah, well, exceptions is not how you do things here. But like I can easily just throw an error here, or like a return an error here, like a tuple with error and then a reason. The thing is though, this thing can already take care of it. It's just like if you call .id on something that isn't a player, you're gonna have a bad time. So in here, we don't know if this is a player, so we could do a player like this. But then again, then our current player becomes truthy, and you're like, that's fucking weird. And now there's a lot of shared knowledge, shared logic. If I were to do this, and then I say player, or like nil equals player. I don't know if I can pattern match this. Does this work? Phoenix save not implemented for insert changes queue. Errors can be blank. What is HTML save? I don't know what that is. Oh, we're trying to render a flash so it reached the error point. But there's not a reason. Okay, so we need to check how they do that with those change sets. But this in theory could work. So now in our test we could say when no player is passed. Shouldn't it be a hook for the controller to be authenticated on every request? No, because you can still view it. It's just that... yeah, I can actually implement that too. That should actually be how it's done, right? Because in theory this... Yeah, you're right. This method... Yeah, this controller or this controller method relies on authentication, so the current player should always be there. Yep, that's true. You're right. Like, you should still be able to see the show, but trying to do a request to join queue should never work if you don't have an existing current player. Yeah, exactly. You're right, Mr. Tamer. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. True. That makes more sense. Yeah, and then we don't have to include this case, because in theory this case should never happen. Like, if you're trying to join a queue, you should always be having a player and a queue. The only thing I can think of is this one. But I don't know if I can type check this. When is integer and is integer like this. And then you could say passing the queue ID like this or the player ID like this. That should be another case. Allows or joins, allows a player to give a queue by passing IDs. Like, this will be a proper way of using the pattern matching to tackle this. So this will be join 1. Of these same tests here. Not a fan of that. Not a fan of that. But it doesn't matter. For now, we can look into that later. Most important thing is that we have tests for these, so let's start with that. Okay, let's import the library. So we're going to have queues here. We might want to have repo too, so let's leave that in here for now. Game starting, lurk. Yo, thanks for the help though, Tamer. Appreciate it. All right, so what we want to do here is do a queues. We need to have a player and we need to have a queue existing. Queue fixture. Two. And we also need a player fixture. We don't have a way to create queues yet. Let's also change that. So you're passing a queue, and then we check if you're passing a player ID, and we validate that it's required. And then you cannot create another one, so we also need to check uniqueness, but that's fine. And then we have a player. Create. Oh, this needs to be queue. Create change set. We have a player create change set, I think. Yep. Because otherwise the DB dies. Kinda sucks though, because now we need to provide everything to create a... this test is so reliant on this shit. Display name. We need some fucking test builders because I have these like records being created all over the place now. I have these like players test here that is also doing exactly this. So you create a player. Very awkward. It's very awkward. What's up, Alan? How's it going? Long time no see, man. How have you been? Alright, I need to create a player. I need to create a queue. And then whenever we Whenever we add these to join queue, player, assert, okay, and do we care about anything else? All right, let's see if this works. Mix test. Undefined function queue fixture. Oh yeah, we're not passing the ID. Bum, 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 bum. Error. Argument error. Provider is not supported. Provider name cannot be blank. What? Oh, I made typos. Argument error. Q is equal to Q fixture. Okay. Oh yeah. We need to pattern match them. You got your keys to your own house last week. Holy shit, that's exciting. Wow. Okay, what are we getting here? Assert that the player ID on the queue is in fact the player ID. Wait, what are we actually getting back here? IO inspect. That is actually so exciting. We get back the queued players. Yeah, so we get the player ID that joined. Yes. Queued player. So can we assert queued player ID equals player.id, queue ID equals queue.id equals queued player. Does that work? Player ID equals queued player player ID. That work? Oh yeah, the alias is not used anymore. Q ID is equal to Q ID. Cool. Now we just copy pasta this, but then with error. Reason. So when the player has already joined the queue, so the first one is going to be okay, but when they join again, then it's going to go wrong. IO inspect reason. Yeah, so queue ID has already been taken. So we need to change that error message. Because, so message is going to be, has already joined the queue. Yes. Yeah, has already joined the queue. So do we have a helper in our tests that can do this kind of checking on a change set? So if we do assert, we don't need to assert here, actually. Assert error on. Let me see where I use it. I think I use it in here. Error on. Errors on. Cool. So we check queue ID has already joined the queue. Beautiful. Should error when passing when no player is passed. No, that's not a test anymore. What else can go wrong? What else can go wrong? We can be passing test. Should error when passing empty player and or queue. So wait, this is actually weird. This is not a right test. We're creating a player. This should be like a broadcaster, and then should another one. We should create another one. Fuck. Okay, that's one. Broadcaster. Player. Because you're trying to join... Oh no, it doesn't matter in this case. Well, it does kind of matter that the queue should not be owned by the same user. We should actually check that though. You should not be able to join... We should not be able to join a queue that that you own. Should you? Should you never be able to join your own queue? I don't know why you would want that, but I don't know if that's a requirement actually. Let's just consider that not a requirement. Because I honestly don't know if that's a requirement yet. Should you ever be able to join your own queue? I don't know. Anyways. So when you're passing an empty player, so we need two players here in this case. We need to create a player to join the queue like this. To assign to a queue. And then we need an empty player. So we need like player equals player, which is an empty player. So then when you try and join the queue, you would get a change set back saying, hey, boy, you are trying to join a queue that does not exist. Or you're trying to join a player that doesn't exist. So let's see. It's gonna fail because it should be this. No, it should be this. Can't be blank. Now we have another one for the queue. So if you have a player, but you don't have a queue, well, let's... So we have a player here. Join the queue. Error should be queue ID. Should be blank. Should not be blank. Okay, test. Actually, wait. This can be way better. Hold up. Can't I just call join queue here, but then with the queue.id and the player.id? Isn't that how this works? So you call yourself, but then it matches with this one instead. That's how we get rid of the duplication. When passing empty is already defined in queues test. Empty queue, sorry. Oh, we failed. Oh, it should just blow the fuck up. It just blows up. Okay. Well, maybe we shouldn't do this integer check then. Fuck. If I'm passing nil, should we even cover this case? Like, when would you ever try and join a queue with an empty queue? Well, then I guess it blows up, right? Should we be user-friendly or should we not? I'm very, like, I'm not sure. Because if I didn't do this, this would just work. But now we have duplication. So if I just remove this, then I can just do join queue. Not typing this makes it scary for me. Wonder if there's a case where this happens though. Every use case where the user picks this and then it just returns nil? No. So maybe we can just rely on the fucking type system and just be like you, or not the type system but like the pattern matching, and just keep this validation in, but We just don't test it in this module because this module can never run into that case. The types say that it should. We can also say ID is ID and ID is ID, and then when is integer match. But that's the same thing as the other one. I don't know. I don't know which one is better. I don't have enough experience, but at least it blows the fuck up. Alright, we can do test number 2. So test number 2 is just IDs. So I can create a player. I can create a queue. And then I can join a queue. But then I don't use the player in the queue myself, I use the IDs. And that should also return into an OK. And this should still be the same. So the tests are pretty similar. But I don't mind a little bit of duplication. Why am I supporting this code, actually? Is what I'm wondering. Why am I supporting this code? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. This code is not going to be used by me, so I don't know why I have it. Cool. 13 tests. Cool. Beautiful. Right, we have another method in this module, which is defined by player ID with a bang. Should return the player when it exists. So let's create a queue again, and then let's call this method assert OK with the queue equals queues dot find queue by player ID. Player.id. And then we assert that the queue equals the same as the queue that we created before. Left OK queue, right this. Oh, so we get a queue back, not OK queue. Found queue. Cool. That's test number 1. Then we have the next one, which is should throw when the player does not exist. So we don't wait. should return the queue when found. Should throw when no queue could be found. Okay, we don't create a queue. We fill in some random number. And this should be assert. I think I have this somewhere. Here. Throw. Yeah, no results. Assert raise, and then we call this. Sick. Cool. Alright. This module is pretty well tested now. Let's do mix. Let's check our code. Bum, 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 bum. Maybe we can add this to one line. Might look a little bit better. Mix format. Format my code. Bum 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 bum. Okay. Allow players to join the queue. Okay, so let's see what happens when a user has already joined the queue. Join the queue. Join again. Yeah, I don't know what where that error comes from. I don't know where that comes from. So that's still an issue. Let's fix it. So I don't know why though. Anyways. I try and join the queue. Okay, let's do some refactoring of the session management and the plug. Current player. In this plug, what I think we'll need to do, we need to fetch the user here depending on this. So let's go to the auth controller, and instead of setting the entire player here, we set the current player ID. And then in the plug, we get the session. So we have the current user ID, current player ID. And then we'll need to call players module to get a player by that ID. So Vera Games. I'm not sure if that's Vera Games dot players. Players dot get by or get player ID. This can blow up though, and I'm not sure if plug is able to come back from this. If our session has a user ID but the user doesn't exist anymore, it shouldn't blow up. So we should try catch here. Or we should have another one on here that doesn't do like a heart. Just get a normal player. Returns nil if not found. So case do, and if the case is nil, then we remove it from the session because I don't think this user has a session if the user doesn't exist anymore. Alright, how about this? If it's only one, do we still want to use the pipe? I'm not sure. We can also do this. Okay, so my current session will fail. Because the given value is nil. What? I'm logged in right now, so it goes through this. It's like player ID is not there. Then clear the session, right? Oh, because this one is given nil. Okay, I think this needs to be like a with elixir. It's like a with. Here, I think this is what we need to use. If we want to do like error handling here for all these cases, then you can use like with. So if you're saying so when we do some pattern matching here, right? So if this evaluates correctly and this evaluates correctly, do this. And then we always do con here at the end. So with is integer, no. Player ID. I don't know if this is gonna work, man, but well, let's see. With this, okay, wait. With our documentation. Okay, here we go. Map fetch. Does map fetch actually do an okay thingy? Fetch. Yeah, so then you get an okay back. Get session. Oh, you also have fetch session. Okay. Fetch session. And then we say if it's okay, player ID. And we also want to do what else do we need to check? And if this is okay, player do God, I don't know how to format this. Yikes. But I'll let the formatter fix this. What's up, Vinicius LCPE? How's it going? So, if there is a player ID in this session, and there is a player with this session, then do connection assign the player. Fuck. Is integer player ID. You're getting so much shit. I'm so scared. But I also want to so maybe this doesn't work because this is kind of like a safety thing, but I also want to have an else case, and then with it doesn't really work though. Huh? Oh, you can do an else as well. Oh geez. Okay. I think we covered everything with this. If in whatever case we cannot, there is no session, or there's no current player ID in the session, or whenever it is but it's not an integer, then we check, is there an actual player in the DB for this player? If that is all true, then we assign the current player to the connection. If not, then we clear all the sessions, because somehow you ended up with a session that doesn't have this. Oh shit, that's not true. Fuck. Wait, what is this? An else block is used and there's no matching clauses with clause error is if an else block is used and there's no matching clauses, what kind of clauses can you have for an else statement? Can I do that? Basically, I only want to clear the session if this case does not pass. I don't know how to do this in an Elixir way. In an other language, I would just have a bunch of if statements. I would be like, yep, all right. If this, and then early return. But this is not the Elixir way. We need to do it the Elixir way. Oh, this is a nice syntax. I like that. With this clause and this clause. Dude, I'm okay with that. Because we're gonna be clearing sessions for no reason when the user is not logged in. So every request we will be clearing the session. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Oh, let's try it. I don't know what this is. With else Elixir. Everything is okay. Result. Oh, so we need to give a result. Oh! Oh shit! Wait, so if this first block... Oh, you can pattern match on this too! Oh my fucking god, that's so insane! Error. So when I fetch session, what does it give me back? Doesn't tell me. Map fetch. I don't like this song. Oh shit, we're actually on a playlist that is not my... Oh shit, non-copyrighted playlist anymore. Oh shit, so maybe the VOD is gonna be muted. No! Dang it. Alright, map.fetch. Let's check. Error. It just gives me error. So we need to match... We need to match this like this. If we failed to match, then just return connection. If this is... Wait, this gives me the player and otherwise nil. This doesn't give me okay, right? Does it? Let's do the single player. Okay, so what if I do repo.fetch? Fuck. Not sure if I want that either. So this would be the player. If it's of the type player, then do this. Otherwise, do this. Okay. The user is not logged in. Current player 13, expected parentheses, 13, 13. Oh, Unexpected parentheses. Hey, but it showed here that I could do that. What? As with any other functions or macro call in Elixir, explicit parentheses can also be used to organize arguments do end. Yeah, that's what I do, man. It's width. Yep. And then another one. Maybe this doesn't work. I don't know what this is. Alright, let's remove those parentheses then. Format file. Syntax before do. Do I need a comma here? Maybe that's the reason. No, it doesn't. Save. Let's format. What's the syntax? If do. Syntax before do. God damn it. Why do I have so many syntax errors? IO puts. IO inspect. Yo. Fuck. I don't know how to write this. Alright, let's copy paste this. If all else fails, we just fall back to copy pasting. This is exactly what we're doing, right? That's one. The second one is a little scary though. Because we need to pattern match on whether that this is a player. Maybe we need parentheses around this. Okay, let's wait with this. Okay. This is working. It's just whenever there's an else statement that it failed. Do else error connection. Okay, that's still passing. Boom, no matching clause for connection. Yep, okay. Uh-huh. I don't know which one which one didn't match. This one? Okay, what did I get? I inspected something. We got the connection back. How did we get the connection back? If fetch... What? This pass... This does not return the connection. This returns... No, it doesn't return the connection. It returns... What? Let's inspect this before. That is weird. Star. Connection. It returned a connection. What the frick? I thought it would do fetch session. But the whole point of fetch session was that it returns you the thing. Oh, it will just... Oh, okay. So I need to do get session. Okay, you win. I think this works. So this returned nil. So when the player ID was nil, but also the player can be nil. But I still don't know which one is failing. I want to know though if this is actually being called, even though the thing is nil. Get player. Unexpected token in case you want to do. Okay. Oops. So nil is coming back because what does this do? This must be nil. Session. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so when this is nil, I want to just return con. And then current player is not... So I need to assign current player anyways. So regardless of anything... Yeah, so regardless of anything, we would always need to set the current player. That's good. What if I log in and then the user is not there. So let's say I'd say this is no, always. So I log in. Nil case. It didn't reach here, so I think this will always be nil because this one. I need like fetch player or something to properly pattern match here. Wait, I can just do this, right? I think this is the best way. So we're gonna set the player to be player if it exists. So if I log in now, I should have a player assigned. Oh, never mind. Current player is now set to nil. Okay. Get player is called though. Wait. What is on session now? Session. So there is session ID 4. But because the player is always returned nil, that makes sense. So now if I were to refresh, I would be logged in. Yeah, okay. So in every request, we always do a call to the current user, which is fine. That's okay. That makes sense. So now I wonder, with this in place, will we still get that weird error with the cookie being way too big than normal? Because that's the reason that we did this. Fetches the current user, the current player, if there is a current player ID in session. Sweet. Okay, let's... This is the incognito window. So now if we can try and join 3 while we are already joined, we still get a cookie overflow error, which is very strange to me. Let's restart the server. So it actually didn't solve what I was trying to solve. Terminated. Yeah, so we're refetching this. Interesting. Let's dive a little deeper into this. For send, Merge headers. Erlang. Verify cookie. Why is the cookie so big? Is it still because it was set before? Let's remove the cookie from here. Boom, CSRF error, fine. Login. Authenticated. User 3. Join the queue. Okay, this is good. This is a good error. This is good. This error is basically we are passing a chain set to a... So in our controller here, in our player controller, we are doing a put flash with the reason, but the reason is not the reason. The reason is a change set. Change set. So we need to Google and figure out how other people do that. Put flash error. Change set Elixir or Phoenix. Oh, you can just do this. Sure. Does that just work? Has already joined constraint. Okay, so that doesn't work either. Oh, here. Yeah, so you could just do this. Yeah. But maybe we can... Yeah, maybe we can match on the error message. And then have proper error messages from here. Because what kind of error messages do we get? Has already joined the queue, for example. So if we match on... Yeah, so when there's an error, you can render and then pass the chain set. And then on the view, you might be able to... Maybe that's all we need to do. Change set of errors is a list, I think. So list dot first. So if we match on the first error, And we say if that is Q ID constrained unique, message I don't know if this is pretty, but put flash error message. Otherwise, does it need to fully match? I don't know. You have already joined the queue. Alright, how did they traverse over this shit? Phoenix, why not errors? I don't think put flash is for errors like this. It's like for errors that you know. We have the player controller syntax error. Why is this a syntax error? Here maybe? Alright, we go in with number 3, we click join, something goes wrong, but we cannot see. Did not join the queue. What was the error then, you little shit? IO inspect. Oh shit. Error. Join. So it is this, but it's not matching entirely. Partially match. Pattern match. Elixir. This is the left side. I don't understand how this doesn't match. QID this. Does this work at least? You've already joined the queue. Okay, so this works. So it was trying to pattern match on this list, which is 2 elements, and I couldn't get rid of the second one for some reason.
I don't deny there's some strange evolutionary process going on, but mankind won't be destroyed. The fact that you and I are
So it's a list with constrained, unique. Yeah, that doesn't work. Fuck. Yeah, the thing is, this doesn't really work because the QID could also be because of some other reason. We could also have other errors on the QID. Right now you can't really. Not a fan, not a fan. This seems very sketchy, in my opinion. Looks very sketch. Very sketch. Ooh. Maybe this works. No. Oh, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. What else is on a change set? Change set. It's like we almost need a map of like errors that we know about and unknown errors. But I think we can just yoink that real quick from somebody else that already made that. Change set errors flash. Oh, I shouldn't forget about this, actually. What is this? Fix errors. Error tag. The fuck is this? Mm-mm-mm. Yikes. This one is like downvoted, but it is accepted. Yeah. I want to like push something that is kind of alright. We could just go with a generic error maybe for now. Let's go with that. Let's just create a Trello thing for this. Yeah, let's go with this for now. I mean, in theory, this join queue button is going to be removed from the UI anyways. So from a user perspective, it shouldn't really matter, but a nice error message would be nice. But for now, this is fine. This is good enough. It's kind of a sneaky thing to do, though. But I feel like this did fix the problem that we had. Fix player queue joining error messages for the user. And then let me git stash this and see if this actually fixed the issue. Shit, I should have logged out first. Let me bring this back. If I refresh, let me log out. Let me get stash again. So I know that my session is not there. Then I log in. Boom, logged in. I have now a current player on this session, which is pretty big. I'm gonna go here and I click join queue. So the error was not fixed in here, so maybe we should split this across 2 PRs. Because I still want this to be done, I just don't think it's necessary for this. Because this error message would just fix it. I think when this crashed, and then the error like page would show up, it then tried to print out the entire session to us, and that's when it ran out of memory. Because I think in the instance pool it has like this record already, and then it has the record with all of the, I don't know, all of the players inside of it or something like that. Okay, so we can join queues now, which is good. Yeah, okay. Publish this branch. Let's push it. Let's create a PR and then call it a day. We've got a lot of shit done though. Very happy. Viewer game queue for broadcasters. Players can now log in and join the queue of a broadcaster. Add a screenshot. We still need to be able to remove someone from the queue as well as a broadcaster. Cool. And we also want to have an error state. That would also be nice. So we can slowly see our app progress, which is kind of sweet. Cool. When the user tries to rejoin the same queue he already joined, he is not allowed to. Cool, let's go over the code real quick and then call it a day. So we can get a player now with a preloaded queue. So the queue and the players related to it. A player has one queue. A queue has many queued players, and it has many players through the queued players' players. We can create a queue by passing a player ID. Queued players belong to one queue and belong to one player. We can create a queue player true by passing the queue ID and the player ID. They need to be there, and there is a uniqueness constraint so that you cannot join the same one. We have a queues module that allows us to find a queue by a player. So you pass the player ID and then it finds you the queue. We can join a queue by passing the queue and a player, which under the hood creates a chain set and does an insert. Let's do mix format. Cool. We have a new route that you can join the queue, and then if it's successful, then you join the queue. Otherwise, it shows that you cannot join the queue. We're not using this change set, so I suppose it's gonna warn us about that. Remove unused change set. So this is fine for now. This doesn't work yet for... Let's add that to the PR as well. We need to do a follow-up on this. To do... Make sure... Note... Keep in in mind that unauthorized users can click the join queue button and the app will blow up. Because this will need a complete overhaul of how we do authentication on controller level. So I want to do that in a separate PR. Yeah, let's add a warning here too. This can be nil, causing the join queue, join queue to blow up 2 lines below. This is fine for now, but needs to, in order to fix this, we'll need proper authentication on controller level, meaning that we can redirect the user to a page whenever the user is not authenticated. This will make sure that the current player in this case is always available. So why do I write these comments? It's basically to help my future self. When I get back to this project, I want to make sure that I know what is left to do and all the shortcuts I've taken. So if I ever come back to this PR, I know exactly, oh, see, I took a shortcut here. This needs to be fixed. So we register a new route, we render the queue, and we create the migrations. So let's make sure that the indexes are correct. So you can only create a queue once per player, which is the requirement that we have right now. You can only join a queue once for the same player, and we also had an index on the player ID. So if we want to find all the queues that the player has joined, we can do that too. And then the tests should return the queue when found. Should throw no queue. Should throw when no queue could be found. When the queue and the player exist, it should return an OK with the player. Should error when the player has already joined the queue. That's correct. Should OK when the queue and the player exists for 2 and also for 2. Cool, 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 cool. Let's merge this. Tests are passing too. Sweet. Let's add. So this is already. Oh yeah, I can already create a PR for this now too. Git stash pop. So now we have this. So we also worked on the second task already, which is getting rid of the whole player in the session. Git stash pop. Oh, git stash u. Full. Git stash pop. Okay, so remove full player from session. We should not store the entire player object in the session. Instead, player ID only. This makes sure that we always fetch the latest player, and also we do not exceed our cookie limit, our cookie max size limit. Cool. Let's see, it should be logged out now. I can log in using Twitch. It should log me in. Great. Can still visit. All good. It does a select on player, and then it does a select on player again for the given ID. And then it fetches the queues for that player, and then it fetches the queued players for this player. And then we fetch the player again. Why do we fetch the player 3 times? Maybe I'm wrong here, but refresh. Fetch the player here. Player 3. We fetch the player here. Oh! Yeah, so we fetch the multiple players that are in the queue. So we fetch the current user, we fetch the viewing user, and then we fetch all the players that are in the queue. Yeah. Yep. So you can see that we're passing an array here. It's not doing an in though. Where ID is in. So I'm curious whether we have an n+1 here or not. But yeah, let's not focus on that with this PR, because this PR doesn't care about that. That should have been checked in the other one. So remove, so there's a refactor, remove full player from session, from cookie. Instead, rely on the current player ID instead and fetch the current player from the DB directly. Since this is a refactor, we don't really need to players get player. Do I use this player? I don't think. Oh yeah, here. Yeah. Oh, tests are failing. That's good. That's why we have him. It's probably formatting, yeah. That's what I thought. Mix format. Oops. Beautiful. Formatted shit for me. Parent player is this. Cool. Mix format. Maybe I should do like a pre-commit hook or something to do this for me. Or have some, or have the plugin in the editor. I wonder if I can create tests for this plug though. That would be pretty sweet. I guess I can test if we fetch the home page. If we fetch the home page and then we check if the user is logged in, and then we log in the user. So we create like a player and then we log in the user. That could work. But in the end, I think we need an end-to-end test to test the integration with Twitch as well. But that's fine. Cool. Let's merge this. We need some more tests though, because merging this without like properly testing whether everything still works is kind of spooky. I'm not entirely, like, the tests are covering quite a bit, but they're not testing everything. Like controllers are completely out of scope. It's only like unit tests and integration tests on the service level, not on the upper level. Sweet. Okay, we've gotten pretty far. So let's link this in the Trello. Done in. Let's move this to done. So remove implement a way for controllers to redirect when a user is not authenticated. So why is this necessary? Basically, we will have endpoints that the user will hit, and we need to guarantee that they are logged in. For example, if a user wants to join a queue, a broadcaster's queue, she needs to be logged in. Instead of doing this manually every time, we need some helper we can include to enforce this. Sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Cool. What else needs to be done? I took a shortcut, so let's also make sure that we get rid of that. Oh, that is this one. Oh yeah, let's also make sure that we can implement make show error messages based on change set. Currently we're using put flash, but this does not work with change sets. Think about how we're going to show error messages in the future. Cool. Sweet. All right. That's it for today. That was a big dent into the app, I would say. A lot of thinking to be done still. Also UI wise, there's a lot of things that we need to think about. But we've gotten further. We've gotten to the point where as a player you can join someone's queue. And I think the next step would be to split off the broadcaster from the player, have separate context there too, because the context for the player is different than the context for the broadcaster, even though they might be implemented the same way. The usage and the usages are different. Broadcasters might want to do different things than what the players want, and if we split off the context but use the underlying data structures or like the underlying databases, that is fine. But I think we need to have two separate contexts in order to support two different use cases. Because a broadcaster might be a player, but if he's in a player mindset, he might do different things than what he does when he's in a broadcaster context. So if we leverage context here, we can move we can maybe move the queued players to the players context and then have queues be part of the broadcaster context, because a player doesn't care about a queue so much, but I'm not entirely sure about that yet either. But yeah, we need to check. Anyways, if you're watching this on YouTube, hope you enjoyed it. Need to somehow merge all of these episodes together because it crashed a bunch of times. If you have any feedback, please let me know. We're all learning. We're all trying to make the best this the best way possible, but I obviously don't know much about Elixir just yet. If you're on the stream and you haven't subscribed to Decoding YouTube yet and you want to see all the VODs of this project going on and whatever, please go and subscribe there. And probably see you guys tomorrow again with another... We just continue building this shit. So thanks, guys.